never forget. Peace, 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 peace. Yo, what's the science? What is the oh shit? Ooh, shit. What is the science? Yo, peace, peace, peace. So right quick, I gotta make sure the audio and the stuff is playing. All right, everything working out, everything working out. That's peace, that's peace. Peace, peace, peace. So let me do my thing before our brother before our brother yes hops in. So peace, peace. All right. All right. Oh shit, what the hell? Interesting. Okay. Boom. There we go. Peace, peace, peace. Hey, yo, yo.
I speak for the 5 he do.
Peace. Look, man, we're gonna have a beautiful. We're gonna have a great interview. I want to start it off. Let everybody come through. Let everybody come in. Our brother Sunez will be here in about 15 minutes. So yeah. So we're gonna have some, a great build. We're gonna have a shit. Hold on. We're gonna have a great build. Um, yeah. You guys got any questions? Make sure you put it in the chat. And besides that, we just, we're gonna have a great time building with one of our righteous brothers. You know, and we're gonna do it like that. We're gonna do it like that. So peace to the gods, peace to the earths, peace to the babies, man, peace to the babies, peace to all the civilized people around the universe, and peace to the uncivilized people, because the uncivilized needed more. Indeed. So that's how we're gonna do it. That's how we're gonna do it. So shit. Okay. All right. All right. So all right. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, that's peace. Okay. 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 So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be just hold on. We're gonna get ready for Sunya's gonna peace, peace. Peace complete. How you living? shit. Hold on. Peace, peace, peace complete. Shit. What am I looking at? Peace, Jarrell Boylan. Peace, peace. Y'all make sure y'all like, subscribe, share, all the good stuff. Gonna get ready. All the good stuff. All wise and civilized. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, we're gonna build with our righteous brother Sunez. Yeah, we're gonna build with our righteous brother Sunez. And okay. Okay. Let's straight to our low. It's I'm writing some more questions. Peace to the God. Peace. Peace. Hey, Shaw Prince. Hey, it's all love, G, just for you. Indeed, indeed. So we're gonna do our thing. All right. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, so as the title says, this is Sunez's interview. The interview was supposed to be like a month ago, but or a few weeks ago, but you know, uh schedules, he's very busy. So he was dropping some stuff and yeah, so the guy was doing his thing. No doubt, no doubt. Okay. Indeed. Hold on. Hey, what is that male stripper track? You talk about this? Look, that is a pre-recorded uh beat that came with the bass. So coming to the stage is Shah Prince Allah, you know, coming to the stage. Indeed. All right. So yeah, so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. Um me and Sunez is gonna build. and it's going to be a great build. I'm looking forward to it. Y'all should be looking forward to it. We going to do the damn thing like 5%ers do. So make sure y'all put any questions y'all have for the God, or even questions for me. I'll put it up. We'll do it live, so everything's live. And okay. What you need, track? Um, there's only so much I could put on here. Usually, I start the live off with an instrumental that I get off YouTube, and yeah, but this is about Sunez. This is about Sunez, and I gotta find my stuff too. So my chord, indeed, my brother, indeed, you know. So I need someone who can master the sounds. My guy passed away. Yeah. Do you need it in your location? Where where you from, complete? I'm sure we built about this I forgot. So yeah.
No, you crazy. Was here. Would it be like that? Was here. I speak for the five. I speak for the five facilities, dude.
Indeed. Peace. Peace, Terrence. Peace to the gods and earths. Charlie Dreams, peace. I'm in Savior C. I'm from the root. All right. Peace, peace, peace. Let's see. Uh, 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 da, 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 da. I'm troublesome. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so D. All right. Okay. So peace. 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 I moved here 0506. Indeed. Peace to my brother, my big brother, Knowledge Born. Hey, Terrence, Knowledge Born. This for y'all. Yep, indeed. So y'all get ready. Yeah, it's almost that time. Our brother Sunez is about to come through. He about to be in the building. So make sure y'all have y'all questions. Any questions y'all have, whatever. You don't have to have it right now, but if it comes up, put it in the chat. We're gonna do it big. We're gonna do it big, baby. Our righteous brother Sunez coming through. The teacher of the peace course. You see what I'm saying? A brother that been holding down his class for over 2 decades consistently. You see, that's matter of fact, indeed. So we're gonna do the damn thing. And look, man, I'm excited. So as I was saying, I only met Sunez once, and it was briefly, right? It was briefly. It was 2021. I first got to now why it was for the show and prove. Indeed. I can only imagine what his answers to today's question is going to be. Hey, indeed. Peace. Yeah, hey. Yeah. Yeah. So I can only imagine too. It's going to be peace. It's going to be peace. Incredible because I would sit in on his class in '01 or 2000, 2001. Indeed. Peace to the gods and earths and the babies and all the civilized people in the chat. Hey, Divine King. Oh, Almighty True Divine. Peace to the God wise. I love Divine King. Almighty True Divine. It's for y'all. Indeed. He continues daily. Peace to our brother. Peace. Just got a new justice, so tune in when I can. Indeed. That's peace. That's peace, We here. We peace. Hey yo. Uh, without further ado, it's our righteous brother, Sunez Allah in the building. So here he is, you know. And look,
Peace, peace.
hey.
Nice. All right.
Oh, I can't really hear you.
You can't hear me? What's going on here with this?
Only a little. Hold
How we doing now? We good?
on. It's a little better. Y'all can hear him? Push one in the chat if y'all can hear him.
All right, peace. Let me know. Let me know if you hear me, man. This little
Indeed.
this little mic for podcasts have been brutalized. I might have to get me a new one.
Yeah, I can. Imagine peace, true divine. Oh, okay. So they can hear you. So peace to my brothers, Divine King, peace Almighty, complete that pause. So peace. He loud and clear. Okay, okay. Well then it's just me. All right.
All right.
Everyone, make sure you hit
Okay,
that like
okay.
button. Indeed. Okay. Loud and clear. All right. Peace. All right. All right. So King Me said peace. Soon yes.
Peace.
All right, so yeah, maybe it's my earpiece or my headset. All right. Oh shit. Let me turn that down, man. This is all weird in my ears. All right, peace, peace. You know, welcome to the channel, man. Look, it's an honor.
Well, that's peace, man. That's peace. You know?
Yeah, peace. Shit, man, I can barely hear you. All right, so you know, hold on. Almighty True Divine said, I'm here live and direct. Knowledge Born said, soon yes, peace to the God.
All right. All right. I see that. I see that. That's peace. All right. Peace, now.
Shah Prince said, peace to the God, soon yes.
All right.
Almighty
Peace.
said, Almighty True Divine said, peace to the God,
All
soon
right.
yes.
Divine. Peace, guy.
All right. Damn, I can. All right, hold on. I guess. Hold on. I'm gonna try to turn this up or something. All right. So, you know, peace, G, peace. Like I said, welcome to the channel.
All right.
We're gonna we're gonna get things started. You know, so introduce yourself right quick. I mean, everybody know, you know, you famous.
Hey, man. Oh, I doubt that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But yeah, I'm Sunez Allah. You know what I mean? I have many aliases in the hip hop thing, you know, Skillustrator Low, Hector Lovo, you know what I'm saying? You know, the Iron Butterfly, the martial arts name and all these names. But besides all these nicknames, I am Sunez Allah. You know, I'm a writer. I'm an educator at a law school in Mecca. I'm an author. I'm an artist. I have to say I'm an artist though. You know what I mean? Do spoken word now because it can come on. I MC now, so but I'm part of I have a lot of affiliations in hip hop. Part of the Low Lives organization. I'm part of the Leftovers, you know, NYC collective. So it's a long journey. It's a long journey. Been doing journalism for over a quarter century. It's like 26, 27 years. Been teaching at a law school for what is it? We're in 2023, so in 2 months it'll be 23 years. You know, so it's a lot of stuff. You know, yeah, guys. So that's it. That's the intro I could give. You know what I'm saying? A succinct intro. You know what I mean?
All right, indeed. That's peace. That's peace. Oh, so let's kick it off with you know, your writing. You see, so are a little bit about your background, G. So where'd you grow up?
Okay. Yeah, that's peace. Where I grew up, like the origin story and everything. Man, I'm a Puerto Rican kid from Sunset Park, Brooklyn. You know, my father's. I'm not the first generation New Yorican. My father is. You know what I'm saying? So technically, I'd be second generation New Yorican. He's from Red Hook. You know what I mean? A lot of my family is from Ponce, Puerto Rico. Others
Mhm.
Patillas, where my mother is from. Remembered Imperfection, my old earth. Um, yeah, and growing up, I grew up in the, you know, what I like to call, when I write about it and I talk about it, I like to call it the iron lung. You know, I didn't grow up in the heart of Medina. I grew up in the iron lung of Medina. You know what I mean? There wasn't much breath there, but
Yeah.
because I got knowledge of self, though, it was tough enough. That lung, you know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
that lung, living in Sunset Park, it prepared me to go out into the world. You know what I'm saying? So unlike other people that are thrust into the world, I was prepared for the world. So when I went out, though, I just went to go get things. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't in the world. I wasn't out in the world as a teenager. I wasn't out in the street like that. You know what I'm saying? I was doing sports.
Mhm.
That's all I was doing. But when I fell in love with hip hop and I started to do things in hip hop, it was because my old earth made me write. So I had no other skills. And so I started
Mm.
to write. When I went into college, I started writing the college paper. I didn't really I didn't really know anything else. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really write anything. And I knew a little bit about hip hop, a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I wrote well of what I knew little of. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's what started the whole career, because I was writing in the college newspaper. I have a twin brother. My twin brother Manny, he was the editor, and that was the extracurricular activity in college we chose, or
Mm.
I chose with him. And it was because my old earth wanted me to do something extracurricular in college. That was really the only reason I wrote.
Yeah, and y'all went to the same college?
Yeah, we both went to Baruch College. That's out in SC Baruch College has a campus now, right? But
Mhm.
back then, the campus was spread out into different leased buildings.
Mm.
And so you'd walk around from, let's say, people know New York City, 28th Street on the west side, Park Avenue South, and you walk to Union Square. And in that about 10 plus blocks, that radius would be different places to go to your classes. And just to let people, to give an idea, I never even read. I wasn't a reader. I knew how to
Mm.
write, but I didn't read.
Mm.
And it was in those breaks between classes that I actually went into a magazine shop and found out that they wrote about hip hop, that there were magazines about hip hop. I only read sports magazines until that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it bugged me out, and that stayed in my head. So when I decided to do that extracurricular activity and write in school with my brother, when he was the editor, and I wrote about hip hop because I said, "Yo, people write about this, and I'm real, so I gotta write. I could write something just as dope." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I still remember to this day, the first piece I wrote was very long, and it was called the 3 R's. Like when you're reading, writing, arithmetic, the
Mhm.
3 R's that feed and starve hip hop: record labels, um, what was it? Record labels, R&B, and radio. That was the 3 R's that feed and starve hip hop. I wrote that in November of 1994, and after that, I didn't look back. You know what I'm saying? By 1996, though, magazines were coming to check for me, because
Mm.
other people that worked in these magazines that were students, people that started Double XL and other magazines, they were students at the school just as myself, you know. And
So, so I got a question right quick, G. Uh,
sure,
this is a difficult question, right? So,
okay,
and you can split it up by the decades, right?
yeah.
So, what's your favorite piece that you wrote? So, the 90s, the 2000, 2010, 2020 so far. What would you say your favorite pieces are?
In every decade, you talking about?
If you have one that reigns supreme over everything,
Yeah,
I think it's easier to break it up, but,
I, I don't after a while. Like after this last 20 years, I don't. But in the 90s, I'll tell you this though. I
mhm.
hated a good writer hates his last piece. You know what I'm saying? Um, Day Sun used to always tell me that, because Day Sun is the god that brought me to a law school, and he was
Mhm.
a writer. So all the
Yeah,
magazines I wasn't in, he was in, and
yeah.
he went to write in the school paper at Baruch, and that's how we met. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And like I always say, he's the Osho to my Krishnamurti. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm more calm and everything like that, and he's more wild, but we're both ferocious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think what I learned most about back then, there are some pieces that I love though. So I'm endeared to certain pieces. So my first ever interview was Curious George. You know
Mm.
what I'm saying? And so that stays with me a lot, because it was actually a good interview. It holds up. And if it didn't, I probably wouldn't be doing this. You know what I'm saying? So certain interviews hold up because of the experience, not necessarily because of how I wrote them. In the very beginning, I interviewed Cool G Rap, and it went so well that gave me confidence. If I had a bad interview with somebody else, it didn't matter. Cool G Rap was feeling it. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, Cool G Rap. That's
So
yeah.
yeah, but it was back in 1995, the first
Mm.
full year of me writing, that I
Mhm.
started writing a column called Sunset Style. And this is my college ring. And instead of writing my major, I wrote Sunset Style in the college ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the column was so dear to me that it was in 1995 that I came up with the idea to say that what I'm doing is not an element of hip hop. That's not a revelation, but it leads to making it an element. I was writing about all this music and writing about artists, and I was like, it's not an element of hip hop. if I'm not creating something. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And by then I was doing everything a journalist could do at that age. So I was doing radio, I was in magazines, etc., etc. I was even starting to do lectures about hip hop. You know what I mean?
Mm.
In the college circuit because of my mentor, Dr. David Taravelso, who was the first Puerto Rican I ever met with a PhD. You know, he has 7 master's degrees and a PhD. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying? And he showed me that I didn't know anything about my culture, about my history, nothing. And
Mhm.
that lit a fire. And that fire for revolution, for Puerto Rican revolution, radicalism, that led me to the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? That fury,
Okay.
the way I do stuff, that fury led me to that. And when I started to write, I realized the only way what I was writing would be creative was if I made it a creative piece. And it was back then that I was saying that what I'm doing, I said it's a fifth element of hip hop.
Mm.
And I'm just gonna leave it out there that the same people that started Blaze magazine were around me at the time when they wrote that Blaze magazine is the fifth element of hip hop. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Okay.
But again, I was young, and that was the beginning of a lot of biting. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
a lot of biting. I've been bit a lot of stuff, a lot of weak stuff in my arsenal. People bite. You know what I'm saying? They don't
Mhm.
bite the stuff that's tough. You know what I mean? The stuff that they can't really make. But
Would you
in those
oh, go ahead, G.
no, I'm saying in those years, God, it was really more about building up my fury. Though I had real no concern that anybody could do this better than me. So I had more ego than skill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I had more ego than skill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
indeed. Would you call yourself a journalist then?
I am a journalist, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a historian simply
Mhm.
for the fact that time has passed with what I documented correctly. And so
Mm.
now when people go back to look at things I've documented, that's history. It's no longer journalism.
Mm.
And that's because it's so long. It's just 20, since 1996 professionally. So that's a long time. But I absolutely consider myself a journalist. I have those ethos. I have
Mhm.
that integrity. You know what I'm saying? I go by that ethos. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
even as I make these pieces creative, there's always an ethos of what I like to call science on music, a deeper insight to that music, a deeper presentation of the artist that isn't just excusing the artist. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And a lot of the times I burned bridges at magazines, not because I was writing bad about people's music. It was because I was not accepting um, all of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't accepting everything that an artist did. I was criticizing when they need to be criticized and saluting them when they need to be saluted. And that's something that they don't do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why I call the journalism, hip hop journalism, leeches, because the artist that's blood sucking is really the leech, but the media that's writing about him is the leech. You know what I mean?
Mm. The leech
You
on the
know,
leach.
that's
So,
right. The leech.
in your opinion, would you say journalism is dying, like a art that's dying?
No, I have to give you the RZA answer. You know what I'm saying? How could hip hop be dead if Wu Tang is forever? You know what I mean? How could journalism be dead if Sunez is forever? You know what I'm saying? You
That's
know, like you don't. I keep it real with you, God. Like the way I'm doing this journalism, you don't need to read anything else. You just need to read my shit, and then
there
you
you
get an
go.
idea of
Yeah.
what you need to buy, what you need to listen to, and you can make your own opinions. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's such a I pride myself in writing such a complete detail of what I'm hearing that you could read books of mine that are 400 pages long, though, and you're not going to see repetition of description and detail. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So yeah, nah, journalism's not dead. Everybody else just sucked. Everybody else just sucks.
So, what made you so prolific? Like, what just the I I see this pattern that you have going on that you're really consistent and prolific with,
Mm,
as far as what I can see what you do. So
yeah.
what's the science? What do you have that's working for you that is making you consistent and prolific?
Oh man. I think I'm always hungry. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? um, I'm never satisfied.
Mm.
I'm content. You know what I'm saying? I'm very happy with everything I've ever written. I'm very content with everything I've ever written, but I'm never satisfied. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I'm always gonna keep going. And I think this, it doesn't feel prolific. It just feels like me doing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Um, so when I write and stuff, it's just an accumulation of a lot. You know what's interesting, God? There's so much work that I have put out, but I spent years. I
Hmm.
spent years where those same works that people have appreciated were rejected often.
Hmm.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And like I said, I have folders of rejection letters from all types of publishing firms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they wouldn't write it, they didn't understand it and stuff. Um, if people if people perform by having like a difficult life, if people perform by having I don't know, I want to say haters, that's corny, but people that are really that have literally piggybacked off you. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? People that have bit, people that are kind of blackballing you, and I love that word shadow ban because it's kind of more of a shadow ban. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Where they're not really having to do much though. They just don't mention you when you're deserving of that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And so that's really been my career. So I have all types of motivation to be with a real fury. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. You know what I'm saying? Never goes away.
Indeed. So we have a question. Complete said, "How did you go about qualifying the content for art on art? The verses picked or piece? Just curious who missed out from those who didn't get selected."
Okay, when you said complete said that, right? And
Indeed.
the way he worded that question, the way you worded that, it sounds like I picked other people's pieces. Those aren't other people's pieces. If you're talking about this book, Art on Art, these are all my pieces though. So all of these creative pieces, I wrote them myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's really how I picked them out. So since he asked about that, Art and Art is a book um, where basically I said that to make this a creative element, my journalism, my writings about interviews, my writings about the music, they all have to be their own art pieces on their own, but they're about art. You see what I'm saying? So it's art and art. So I wanted to showcase how my writing is actually an element, an artistic element. So what I did was all of the pieces that I wrote. So if you open up a page, right, I'll have like here like an underground album. Oh, I have a good look. One of my favorite albums. I have Ka Honor Killed the Samurai LP, right? So that was my review of Honor Killed the Samurai LP. It's a very long piece. So I extracted the poem that was in there. You see what I'm saying? Now I
Hmm.
can't really extract the prose that are creative, but there's a lot of poems that I throw on the top of reviews, on the middle of reviews. I extracted the poetry out of the pieces that I wrote, and those become the pieces that line this whole book. There's some exceptions here. Some of these pieces are pieces that I wrote for other songs that I've been on. You know what I'm saying? But for the
Hmm.
most part, they're extracted from the work. So if it says, let's say, um, let's say here, like on page 85, I wrote Uzis of Albizu. And Pedro Albizu Campos was the great revolutionary for the independence of Puerto Rico, right? And that piece was inspired by and part of a review, an interview actually, because it was an interview and a review for the New Jericans, this Puerto Rican group duo out of New Jersey, and their album. I wrote the review, and then that poem was inspired by the album, and I let it lead into the review. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know?
So he said, "You went transformer on the pen. Peace. I see you doing it with ease. Word."
I appreciate that completely. That means a lot to me. You know what I'm saying? It means a lot to me because over the years, um, I wrote like this in magazines. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like the way that people see writing, they wonder why they never read no magazine like this was because people that were in Double XL, Vibe, The Source, they didn't want that in there. They felt it was too complex. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I was writing the ill shit, and people didn't want to see the experiments. They didn't want to see the pen flip. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
and so I had a new style, and they weren't really ready for it. And the only reason I was able to do it on my own was I needed a form, and I did my own forms throughout the years. I've had my own newspapers and magazines I published myself. I just couldn't afford to keep them going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like I had La Voix Revolt. La Voix is my favorite sonero, right? Sonero is like the MC version. So like in salsa, sonero versus salsero is like saying MC versus rapper. So you say sonero because actual salsa though, when they get into their call and response choruses, they're actually rhyming on the spot. Every other chorus is rhyming. They have to rhyme on the spot. But Hector Lavoe was my favorite, and he was named Lavoe, the voice. So the magazine was Lavoe Revolt, and Revolt is my favorite Eddie Palmieri song. You know, who's like the GOAT pianist composer in salsa out of Harlem. He's from Spanish Harlem, and I did that magazine, but it didn't pan out. Couldn't afford it. Then I did Our Swords. I even sold the first issue at a law school at Parliaments and all that, and I just couldn't afford it. You know what I mean? And Our Swords was short for Our Sacred Words. Like the sword is a sacred word. You know what I mean? And it was only until like 2012. It was 2010, 11, where I met up with Kevlar 7. The Puerto Rican picked the proper principle. Yeah, that's I wrote that for my big bro, Thurston Howell III. You know what I'm saying? If you actually go on Thurston Howell III's website, I wrote that bio. So that bio that's there, I wrote that. You know what I mean? He's the one that called me Skillustrator, by the way. The one who named me Skillustrator Low.
Yeah, I was going to get into that. Later on.
Because it's actually one of the 5% that named Thurston Howell Skillionaire. Like, yeah, he's such a millionaire of the skill. He's a skillionaire.
Okay.
It was actually the god B-Born. B-Born was one of the original IBM dancers, right? Dance with Nice and Smooth and all these groups, right? But he also, around in the 2010s, 2016, he was part of a 4-man group with J Love doing the beats and rhyming. And that was called Concealed Weaponry. So B-Born could rhyme too. And B-Born called him Skillionaire. But Thurston Howell started calling me Skillustrator. You know what I'm saying? So I kept that. You know what I'm saying? And it was actually a god too, Rakim Supreme Shabazz, aka Rudy Lowe, right? The original Rudy Lowe, one of the first Puerto Rican low lives, one of the founders as well. He's the one that gave me my L's and brought me into the low lives. You know what I'm saying? Because of what I do at the school, what I do with hip hop. So people be like, what you boosted and stuff like that. I've never boosted clothes in my life. You know what I'm saying? Clothes in my life. That's why I always say I'm the lone low life with the home sewn garment. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm sewing the garment. You know what I'm saying? Sewing that garment. You know, but yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? But when I did that, this is probably the book that has the things that are most dear to me because this is my creative work. This is what lets me say that I'm not just following hip hop, but I'm doing hip hop. I'm making it. You know what I'm saying?
And what year did you write that, G?
This book is compiled, so it's over reviews over like over 140 different pieces I've written over the years, and they're abstractions. So this goes back all the way into the 2010s. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So it's years and years. The second one, more R&R. I'm writing it slowly, like I just add pieces into it as I go along. But yeah, that piece, and it was a brother named PQ, who designed this beautiful cover for me. You know what I'm saying? Dope. And it was, you know, it has everything. You know, it has everything. He's incredible. The new album I have with King Kamal coming out, he did the cover as well. So
indeed.
But
so as far as writing, right? What would you advise young people wanting to follow the same path? Like, what would you advise them to do?
First piece, Mighty Rich. I see Mighty Rich there. Salute. First, I would say this though, right? I tell all my students, you don't know if you're good at anything unless you try everything. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, you know, I think a lot of people don't really write, you know, and you'd be surprised. A lot of MCs don't really write well. You know what I'm saying? So what I would say is that you got to write. I'm gonna tell you something. I love my old earth, you know what I'm saying? And the things that she taught me, obviously remembered in perfection. She's no longer here with me. But the things that she taught me was extreme discipline, you know what I'm saying? And what she taught me, she used to tell me I couldn't do anything as a kid unless I read 20 pages, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when she would test me on the 20 pages, though, she would go and say, listen, all right, you read from pages 40 to 60? On page 55, what were they talking about? You know what I mean? And I'm like,
Comprehension.
how would I remember that? You know what I'm saying? How would I remember that? You know what I'm saying? And I would have to go back and read again. Like, in other words, I would have to go above and beyond to prove that I read what I read. You know what I'm saying? So it made us articulate. It made us detail things. And, she didn't want us to be ridiculed, oppressed because we didn't have skill. We was going to get oppressed because we are, we're brown. You know what I'm saying? I always was the one in my family that always got in trouble first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether it's outside, inside, downtown, uptown, crosstown, like Miguel Piñero says. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that I was never gonna fall because I didn't have developed skills. You know what I'm saying? Right? So that's important though. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
That's
So
right.
um
what I would say though, God, to complete that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not gonna know if writing is vital, you know what I'm saying? So you got to get that journal and you got to write. You got to write about what you see, you got to write about what you think, and you got to write about what you critique, and you got to try to write what you will do and how you saw everything you did. You know what I'm saying? You have to build an honesty with your voice though, and you'll develop it, but it takes a long time. Like people see, there was many years where I didn't write in my journals, but even probably about 5 to 10 years. But I started writing them in 1998, and I'm finishing the 70th one now. All 200 pages worth, and that's not even that much writing, God. You know what I'm saying? Because I write so much now, I can only write 10 pages a week.
Yeah.
But 10 pages a week, though, this is the gym. You know what I'm saying? You got to be in the gym. I Steph Curry that paper, God. You know what I'm saying?
520 pages.
The people don't see the words. The people don't see the words. You know what I'm saying? They don't see all the words. They get the best of the best. You know what I'm saying?
Terrell Boylan, peace to the God. Sunez, what practical wisdom do you attribute your persistence and prominence to? Also, gotta ask you, what is the most meaningful degree of value to you personally?
The degrees with the degrees, I don't really have a favorite one that is consistent. You know what I'm saying? It keeps fluctuating. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, lately it's been simple. It's been the knowledge degree. You know what I'm saying? In the 1 to 10. But a lot of times it's different degrees. Like for many years as a teacher, though, it had a lot to do with the knowledge build degree. You know what I'm saying? Because that was the whole pattern of teaching. You know what I'm saying? The whole pattern of teaching is in there. The duty of the civilized person is to teach he who is civilized. You know what I'm saying? Right? So we teach him civilization, righteousness, the knowledge of himself, and the science of everything in life. And when I was having difficulty teaching students, I was realizing that I was skipping. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to teach, though, but we're skipping levels, though. So I would be trying to teach somebody righteousness, but they don't even know where they are. In other words, they don't know civilization. They don't know what this is. They don't know what true civilization ought to be. There's a lot, one thing about that degree and a lot of things that people don't really read into the lessons is how beautifully idealistic they are. You know what I'm saying? They're beautifully idealistic because they're written so grand, so epic, though, where I always try to get students not to realize how that's not supposed to just make them egotistical. Like, I'm epic, I'm this, I'm that. You know what I'm saying? But more so to see, like, this life, think about it this way, God. This life is so beautiful, God, because no matter how much destruction that they did to it, all we have to do is build, God. That's all we have to do. All we have to do is have the truth, be right and exact, have principle. You know what I'm saying? Because even when we don't see those fruits, the fruits hand down. You know You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
Some
about
kid,
it too.
some kid down in the future, they're gonna do the knowledge and they're gonna be like, yo, Sunez didn't get everything he merited. Man, that's a model right there. We could use that as a model. You know what I'm saying? A springboard. You know, and that's the thing. That's beautiful to me. It's so easy. It's so easy to me when I think of it like that. And it goes back to the guy Jarrell was asking about, you know, how prominence is something that's bestowed. You know, people see what you write and they say it's prominent, things like that. You know what I'm saying? But the persistence is because I'm older now, so my persistence is because I know I can do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I have
Yeah.
I speak to myself so beautifully. You know what I'm saying? Like my internal dialogue, though, is like it's gonna be done regardless to whom or what. You know,
Yeah.
so these things are gonna get done. What I have no doubt about them. You know what I'm saying? Whether I'm training, whether I'm lifting weights, you know, I'm waking up at like I wake up to train God at 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm training at 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? And I'm lifting the heaviest weights is the first assignment, God. You know what I mean? There's a little warm up with 30-pound times 2 dumbbells, but then it's on to the heaviest dumbbells I can lift at, you know, until failure. And it goes on from there, you know. But that persistence comes because every time I have done something, not only have I gotten better, but others have benefited from it. No matter how selfish people thought I was, you know, like in relationships, certain women thought I was being selfish because I would only build, I would only do this, I would only do that. And I said, it's going to have a fruit to those people. Even the things I took on, the addictions I took on. And certainly music is an addiction because I had to get every single record. I still have to do that, guys. There's no reason, there's no way I could write these books like The Real of 2021 and 22 if I didn't have an obsession with hearing everything. You know what I'm saying? And that obsession, I let it foster. I let it foster because it's going to be useful. I don't. The elders taught me there's no limitation to the mind, so I don't worry about overloading it at all. You know what I'm saying? And so I keep going. So like I'll be reading. Like I read today. I had a lot of time to read, and I read over 100 pages today. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't stop reading though. I felt like continuing to read, and I kept reading. You know what I'm saying? It's I only stopped though. The piece of the God can come on. That's my brother right there. I love my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there's brothers I have, and all the 5% of my brothers though. But, you know, I love the God. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, you know.
So I quick question. Going back to the knowledge build degree, you took out Savage?
No. I'm just talking about those parts of my head. No, the duty of a civilized person is to teach he who is savage. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah,
Now,
yeah.
obviously, I don't consider everyone I teach savage, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? But there's all levels of blindness that we have to civilization. And the 85 have remnants of savagery within their realities. You know what I mean? So when it says savage, though, it's the parts of them that are seeing this civilization that we're stuck in as valuable. Because that's going to lead them to be what an 85er is. An 85er isn't a good person or a bad person. They're a person that just sways, like, you know what I mean? Any which way the wind blows. You know what I'm saying? Like my man Syl Johnson sings. You know what I'm saying? Any which way the wind blows is cool with me. And the you know, that duty of the civilized person is to teach who is savage. You're finding the savage component in them because that's the part that's going to make them a bad student.
Indeed.
That's the first test. So what they are seeing and then what they are in love with in all the spiritual traditions of the East, God, they're always looking for that part of you that is stuck on something in the world that you're in. That's why they're always trying to extract you. The Taoists were called the mountain men. They extract them, go to the mountains. So of course they train and they get brolic and all that. But the point is that they get out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're more like bodhisattvas, though. We reach enlightenment to a level, but we don't just stay in basking. We have to go back and we have to teach. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
And one of the realities of that, though, is that when we look at people, we can see the part in them that is stuck. You know what I'm saying? And when we teach those levels, we teach civilization, then we teach righteousness. They don't always get the knowledge of self, God. Most of the people, they just get righteous ways, you know, things that they could do. You know what I'm saying? Things that they could do. And then you give them knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, they better be open to the science of everything in life. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Now, in that part of the degree, the science of everything in life, though, is an interaction between student and teacher.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They're showing you what they want to know, and you're giving them what they need. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
But it's an interaction because let me tell you something, God. I never taught in the school to try to make a 5%er.
Mm.
I already knew from Firstborn Prince and everything that if you could teach so well that they'll want to be a 5%er, but they'll fail. You know what I'm saying? They'll fail because they don't really want to be that. You know what I'm saying? And there's people that, let me tell you something. There's people that really see themselves as a true and living God. But in this world, we're in this moment. And if they don't want to teach and be a 5%er, that means that in many respects, I'm being messed up here, but they ain't shit on that level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's not right and exact for you to get this enlightenment, this jewel, and then keep it for yourself.
Indeed.
And just give the excuse that you don't know how to teach, you don't know how to do this, like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people can't be a 5%er though.
Indeed.
They're horrible teachers though, but they have the heart. If you have the heart, then I'm with that. And they just have to be taught how they can share their work in different outlets. You know what I'm saying? What they could do. You know what I'm saying? And how they could do it. You know. But that persistence, God, I was taught that. You know, I had the blessing. Like I said, my older taught me, like she was, you know, and then she would teach me. But then when I started to go out and get this knowledge, she was very scared for me because she already saw I dealt with a lot of police issues. And mind you, I'm a good citizen, God. But I would be out there getting the story, God. You know what I'm saying? So I, you know, like a lot of people don't understand. In the 90s, what I was trying to do was get stories. So I'd be out in the street. And there were times where I'd be out in the street interviewing MCs. Because now it's like this, right? You interview them, you hold the mic and you say, hey, talk, you know, we're in this podcast thing. Nah, I was doing stories where you travel with them. You go to their neighborhood. I'm going to neighborhoods I shouldn't even be in.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Back then, I didn't know how to fight. I have no weaponry, you know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing. And I'm going out there to get stories and shit. And I'll be hanging out with somebody and getting their story, learning with them, walking with them, and they'll be doing crazy shit. And now I'm doing crazy shit with them. Like,
Yep.
like literally embedded. Like I'm that crazy reporter that's on a tank and going, what the hell is going on here? You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
And it'd be like that. Like there were times I was with MCs that were dope and they was like selling right there, you know, we're on the corner while they're selling and everything, you know, and I got lucky a lot of times and stuff. And I got lucky because I just was good at finding the train station. You know what I'm saying? It's funny because before all the phones would help me, I was always terrible at finding my way in every borough, even my own. You know what I'm saying? But when it came to finding that train station, man, I was good. You know what I'm saying? I was good.
So you kind of went into this, but I want to get like a specific answer. What's some of the things you learned from your failures in writing?
Man, I'm gonna say this though, right? You know what taught me the most about failure was when I was writing in the school paper. Because when I was writing in magazines, though, I had to get lucky that somebody would publish me. You don't understand? I want to be a writer. I'm free. I have this idea of making it a creative element, but I have to be allowed to write in their magazine and with the small space that they give me. You know what I'm saying? And the only place I had it where I first wrote was in the school paper. I eventually became my brother. I told you my brother was the editor of the arts section in the school paper in Baruch College. So he gave me that editorship and I wowed out, God. I wowed out. You know what I'm saying? I was writing crazy. At the end of my college career, I published my own articles. I wrote over 180 articles. And my brother knows that number because I would always tell him, I published over 180 articles. And when I graduated, these motherfuckers didn't give me nothing, no award, nothing. You know what I'm saying? But
do you still got any of them?
I have clippings of every single one. Single.
Peace. Yeah. Okay.
I have every single one. You know what I'm saying? Some of those will get, will get published though. Like I had some power pieces. I told you Curious George. I did Tats Crew, the great Tats Crew interview. I had pieces, but what I was saying, like the failures was I had to write a piece every 2 weeks, God.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to write these things that were creative, but about the music. So I had to try to write something dope every 2 weeks. And a lot of times a deadline came and I was like, this is the best I could do. And it was whack. And I hated it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it taught me how to write shit on a deadline, how to be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like how to tap in. Like I was during those years, I was like, being creative was something I wanted to be, but I didn't really feel like I was creative.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it was because I didn't study enough creation. We're creators, but we don't study enough creation. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
We don't study enough. Like when people watch these interviews, right? Especially us 5%ers, right? When we watch interviews of artists, though, we're watching them to see their story and how they're so cool and shit like that. You know, when people watch my interviews, whether I'll give you a couple of them that really have some jewels. Pieces, interviews I did with Rome Streets, interviews I did with Starker, interviews I did with the God Esti Knack. You know what I'm saying? The God Raz Fresco. I was going deep into how they create because I want people to know that there's a process. Like you don't wake up dope. You have an urge to share and you have an urge to create, and you're gonna see if this form is for you. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
If that form isn't for you, it'll catapult you into other things. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Even if those kind of creative outlets aren't what you end up doing, they actually show you how to express yourself, how to articulate yourself, and be comfortable. Because I think that all students, everyone, especially us, that say that we're the true and living God, we're the true and living earth. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're a righteous man, righteous woman, right? Of this caliber. We have to have the ability to speak in front of people. So we have to not just know things, but we have to know how to say them. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So when I got knowledge, I was studying all the different styles. You know what I'm saying? I had my enlightener knowledge, me, and he was dynamic. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people went to the class just to watch him speak. You know what I'm saying? And they wasn't getting nothing. They wasn't learning shit. They just wanted to see him speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was that charismatic. You know what I'm saying? And it taught me a lot. You know? And I was watching Dumar Wadi when he was up at Parliaments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Watching him live. You know, and I had the opportunity to watch all these elders, Wise Jamel, Infinite Al Jamar, all these legends build. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Knowledge me, the teacher. That when I see him, and he sees me, he says myself. You know what I'm saying? We're one and the same. You know, I love knowledge me. You know what I mean? And that's peace. That's peace, Mighty Rich. And all these elders taught me that what a self-styled wisdom means is that you not just found out an understanding that is special to you, but you also deliver it with the intensity and the uniqueness of your own soul. You know what I'm saying? And that takes a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? You know, Firstborn Prince had it. Firstborn Prince, people think he had it when he was just yelling. If you only know Firstborn Prince as a yeller, then you wasn't really learning with him. You know what I'm saying? He was one of the greatest teachers. He had such a calm acumen. You know what I'm saying? It was warm. His voice was warm. And he showed you everything you needed to know. And his way of teaching automatically gave you assignment. In other words, you knew what you had to do once you left him. You know? And I don't mean it like he's saying, you better go and study these motherfucking things. No, it was, this is what you're learning here. You also need to learn about this. Like he was really not the cliche stereotype that a lot of people that was around think he was. You know what I'm saying? He was really, really teaching. It was something else. You know what I'm saying? And I learned all of that. I was watching all of that. You know what I'm saying? I was watching all of that. And just like I had to write while being published, I didn't have no time to write drafts and keep it. I was put into the school to teach after a year of learning. You know what I'm saying? I got knowledge and went to the school in 1999, May of 1999. By April of 2000, I was already teaching. I spent every single day and night with these elders. You know what I'm saying? They were sending me home, God. I'd be like dozing off. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't keep up. And I'd be like, okay, God, you had enough today. Go home. You know what I'm saying? But one last thing, you know, and then they would, you know, and
Yeah.
I lived in Medina, Sunset Park. So I'd be taking the train, long train ride back home. And then some things would click thinking about it on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a lot of preparation, and that includes everybody, especially including my big brothers. You know what I'm saying? Brothers that are of my age group that had this knowledge longer than me, like Dark Kim. You know what I mean? Um, the God Freedom, not Papa Wu, even though I was with him a lot, and he taught me a lot too. But also the God Freedom, he taught a math class there. GED taught. Um, Born Perfection. He taught at the school before me. You know what I'm saying? There were a lot of people, but everybody that was alive, I spoke to. There's nobody that's living at the time I started that I didn't build with, to learn and to see how I was doing. So I was inspected, God. I was inspected daily, for a long time.
Complete said, I remember some brothers were talking. They all got shut down and made into witnesses when Sunez started teaching. That is,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
that was anticlimactic.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, I don't even know, man. I don't I don't go into ciphers trying to like bully. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't go in to try to bully though. But I have had to have a forthrightness. You see, when I got knowledge though, a lot of people still weren't sure about the yellow sea. They still weren't
Mhm.
sure about Puerto Ricans and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's because at that time, teaching got weaker. People just taught the way they was teaching on the rap. It's pro-black. It's for the Africans and the ones that identify as that and see
Yeah.
themselves as that. And a lot of the people that need to be taught that they're original and black and have African reality are the ones that don't see it, you know?
Mm.
And
Yeah.
so like when you teach a Latino, you're dealing with two steps. Like I don't have if when Wise Prince was 85, nobody has that, you're black, right? Unless you're like Richard Pryor and shit, and right? You didn't hear no evil, see no evil, and you didn't know you was black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Boricuas like me, they see their culture, they see the indigenous, but they don't know that that's original, that that's real. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And they don't relate. And so, they don't see it. And so there was always a lot of things like there were a lot of people teaching at the time too that the brown and the yellow, not just the yellow, but the brown and the yellow was made during the grafting process. And I
Mm.
said, you didn't read them degrees well though, because
Yeah.
the cremator, you're saying that the cremator didn't do a good job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the cremator was just like, fuck this job. And he just was Homer Simpson with his feet up. You know what I'm saying?
So did some of those people like ignore some of like some of the
No,
first brothers in this nation being like a firstborn
I'll tell you
being Puerto
something.
Rican?
When I talk about teaching and living this out a long time, people go with the least resistance. And a lot of times their life has much resistance with people. You'll go out there and it's difficult to teach women. They're the only adults you have to teach unless you don't want a woman, right? So you're like, you know what? The woman is she can't arrive as above 6. She's a devil. You know what I'm saying? And then you're like, you know what I mean? Right? Because they have so many failures with women. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm saying that sincerely because I know that's not right and exact. And
Mhm.
I have two children with two women from two very long relationships. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
yet I could do that. That's not right and exact. You know what I'm saying? That's emphatically not cipher, you know? But what also happens is that they can't teach the Latinos, they can't teach the Asians, you know? And let me tell you something. It's hard to teach people that don't see themselves as oppressed, you know?
Mm.
So go out with this knowledge though and try to teach a Chinese guy that's doing okay. You know what I'm saying? Cops don't mess with him, you know? People might discriminate him by making fun of him and things like that, but that ain't oppression, guy. You know that ain't oppression. Oppression is we're walking down the street and we know that this cop could probably kill us though if we don't say the right thing right now. You know what I'm saying?
So
Right?
complete. Oh, go ahead. Were you
No. So
complete?
that's the thing. Yeah.
Complete said, I remember hearing the closest thing to a devil is an understanding seed. I would say that sounds misunderstood.
I heard that too, and I heard it directly, and a lot
Praise
of
God.
so-called 5%ers, though, at the time I was getting knowledge, and even my first years of teaching, I was like, listen, we got a place behind the school in back of the Apollo where I could show you this devil shit. You know what I'm saying? And I invited a lot of people to these hands, God. You know what I'm saying? Because if they wasn't listening and being respectful to really building with science and going into it, show me with some science that I'm a devil. Not because this girl didn't work out with you or this guy was being a jerk with you. Because
Yeah.
I just came from the music industry, guy.
Mm-hmm.
I already spent a half a decade in the music industry. So word is bond. The people that screwed me the most were so-called African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Latinos because they wasn't allowing us in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At the time I started in the 90s, though, if you was light skinned and they knew you was Puerto Rican, you couldn't even rhyme. They wouldn't allow you to in the booth. They wouldn't sell you. They would say, listen, you can't do this music. You gotta do something like freestyle. And I'm
Mhm.
saying that from people that I learned that told me that. You know what I'm saying? Including Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
That's right. That's right. I had many discussions with Fat Joe. And can you imagine Fat Joe singing and dancing like TKA? Shit, that sounds crazy.
Especially when him and Pun was bigger.
Oh my goodness, though. That shit would have been a disaster. You know what I'm saying? But the thing was, though, right? The thing was is that permeated into people's perspectives. Your success as people's success as a teacher dictates how they see the lessons. And that to me is unacceptable because most 5%ers aren't that good at teaching. I'm going to keep it real. I get to
Mhm.
say that because I'm good at this shit.
Mhm.
Most 5%ers aren't good at teaching. You know what I'm saying? And I could say that because so many people have come to me to learn with other people and they got the shit all wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, they get shit by a hadith. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to build, so they build by hadith. The father did this, the father did that. You do it because the father said so. Now, the father never said that, though.
Mhm.
That's one thing I can guarantee you. Father never said, do it because I said so. And yet we're supposed to learn because somebody told us the father said so. You
Mhm.
see how backwards that is?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're teaching not the way he taught us. You know what I'm saying? Showing and proving. You know? And a lot of people don't even know that the supreme math, when that was developed by the father, he was going back and forth with the firstborn with it, testing it out, going back and forth. That means that he was willing to engage debate. That's science, guy.
Mhm.
That's science. The people talking about like he bestowed everything, and you shall be the firstborn. And you will use these tablets of supreme math and supreme alphabet, and you will use the 120 lessons as a guidepost in your travels. That this is this is how I hear it though. I said, yo, and we went to Mount Morris and ordained them at the mountains. That shit is
Hey,
crazy.
shit.
We got
That does sound
mythology,
religious.
right? Now this is stuff that people would talk like this though, and he made it rain after he said all that though, but it only rained on the other side of the block. You know what I'm saying? You say all this
So,
shit, it's not
yeah,
real.
I heard that the understanding seed, because someone said the understanding seed is not mentioned in 120, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I went on, I built with them, and I did a video on how I saw it, and I went on your live, and I said I saw the understanding seed in the knowledge degree. And I said I saw him in the Asiatic part.
Hmm.
You
That's
see,
right. I see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say
indeed.
this,
So,
right? The 120 less, everybody says this, right? If you don't see it in 120, then it doesn't exist. That's when you're using 120 though, not as an analytical document, but
mhm,
you're using it as a religious guide. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And I'm gonna say this, right? It was the father who started to really show and prove who the understanding seed was. You know what I mean?
mhm,
And it was really, and firstborn prince had a lot to build on that. You know what I'm saying? A lot to build on that because he was the understanding seed. And one of the first pieces I wrote in the 5% newspaper back in like 2001, right, was the misunderstanding of the understanding seed. You know what I mean?
mm,
And that was a big essay I wrote back then. I used to send it to the jails and everything, you know. And I don't know if I have that written down digitally. I gotta write it down and everything like that.
Yeah.
I still got a lot of analog writings. You know what I'm saying?
Pass
Like
it on as a
I got,
person.
it's crazy how much analog I got. You know what I'm saying?
So did firstborn Prince, did he talk about some of the stuff he went through by being a understand see?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. He would mention that, but he didn't have to talk about that much. That with me that much.
Uh-huh.
You see, when I went there, I had a lot of forthrightness, God. You know, and I had studied a lot before I went there. I had already memorized math alphabet 1 to 10 before I got there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because the God Day son, he's so eccentric, he's so dynamic that he was like, listen, they'll bomb you. He was telling me things I don't even know what it meant. He was like, they'll bomb you if you don't know what you're talking about. And I didn't know what that even meant. But it
Yeah.
sounds bad, right? It just
Yeah,
sounds bad.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So I read Message to the Black Man. I read Origin of African Civilization. I read Destruction of Black Civilization. I think I read Afrocentricity by Malefi Asante. I read a lot of books before I went there.
Mm-hmm.
And along with memorizing that. And it was total opposite experience of what I thought it would be.
So
You know
there's a lot of questions piling up, and I kind of been ignoring them, being selfish. So knowledge born said, as soon as, did you ever feel like it was the duty to enlighten the understanding seed?
I don't think so. I didn't think so because when I started teach the Peace Course was named by Day Sun. You know what I'm saying? Day Sun named that Political Education and Civilization Enrichment. And he knew that I could teach it. And the reason he knew is because I was teaching people things. So I didn't think of myself as someone who could teach just Puerto Ricans, Latinos. I knew I could teach anyone. You know what I'm saying? I knew I had the skill. And as I went along in the nation, a lot of elders like Alash Shasha and others, even my own enlightener, Knowledge Me, Savior Knowledge, who I built with a lot. A lot of my pedagogy comes from Savior Knowledge out in Seattle. You know what I'm saying? I love the guy. He taught me a lot about how to teach. And it wasn't that those are the only people I was going to teach, you know, but those are the people I have to teach because they're gonna understand. They're gonna relate more. You know what I'm saying? And I know the lives that they live to get to that point. I know what it's like to not even know that you're even black on that level. I know what it's like to just fight to say, the spook who sat by the door dialogue. I was born black, I live black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And some cracker that don't even know me, knows that I'm black, better than you, nigga, and does the whole shit. But
Yeah.
it was like that. So I welcome the responsibility. You know what I'm saying? It's been an honor to go to Boricuas and teach them like, yo, you could take the culture that we're doing that's right. Take the culture that we're doing that's right. The gonga, the bongo, the timbales. I love all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? The dances, all these things. Nah, I'm not talking about reggaeton. We could ditch that. We throw that in with it. You know what I'm saying?
Not reggaeton, huh?
Yeah. We could throw all the other bullshit. But
I forgot you had a beef with reggaeton.
Oh yeah. It's just good observation, guys. It's not beef.
Hey, so there's a question that is going to get lost.
No, ask. I got all the time you need here, man. Just ask away.
So if you weren't going to be a writer, right? What would you have done to express yourself? If you completely, it was nothing to do with writing.
That's a hard.
What's another avenue, a medium you would have did to express
that's
yourself?
hard. That's hard to say. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why it's hard to say because writing is what I did, and I had tried all the other elements. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have the ability to do graffiti. You know what I'm saying? I tried all the sports. You know what I'm saying? I had basketball skills, but not basketball height. You know what I'm saying?
So you weren't Muggsy? What's up with Muggsy?
Shit, man. You know, the difference between me and Muggsy was that Muggsy was a good passer. I didn't pass the ball, guy. I love to shoot. You know what I'm saying? I love to shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
I didn't give a shit.
all right. Okay.
I was shooting all the time. You know what I'm saying?
So so there's no answer to that.
Um, it's a hard question. I don't really know what I would be doing. Word is bond.
I know writing is so entwined with everything you're doing.
There isn't a moment where. Let me tell you something, God. Ever since I started reading in that classroom with David Traverso as my teacher, I realized how embarrassing it was, God, to be in a class about Puerto Rican history. And at the end of this semester, with this class, these other white kids, they're going to know as much Puerto Rican history as I do.
Mm,
And so for the whole class session, I was embarrassed, God.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But little did I know, and I learned it in the last couple of sessions where he had me speak. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And he had me speak, and I got up and I spoke about things, and I had so much passion and vigor. I never spoke like that before about stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? And I was articulate, and people understood what I said, even as I had the passion. And it would be in some oratory field. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, when people ask me a question like that, I'm really where I need to be. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because the places where I could speak my understanding is where I would be. You know what I'm saying? And it, it was gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? It was gonna be in hip hop. It was gonna be with the gods. It was absolutely gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? To the
So
God Malik.
Malik Allah said, "What was your hardest obstacle teaching at
I see.
21,
Yeah,
22?"
I see. You gotta call me Sunez Lou. You know, like Gordon Lou. But
Or ML Ray.
ML, ML Ray. Thank you, Darkim. Yeah. Arkim's another one, by the way. He would stay in the class and he would watch the class
Uh-huh.
and he would tell me, he would tell me, like, you need to do more of this, you need to do more of that. You know what I'm saying? Never disrespected, like, wasn't bombing me like an asshole, but would pull me aside at the end and say, God, this is good, but you need to get more of this in there. You need to get more of that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He really guided me. Hardest obstacle teaching. And I saw another question there too about something else, but
Oh yeah. That I want to go back to this one so you can see it.
hardest obstacle teaching at 21, 22. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's hard to say what obstacle. Um, there wasn't really a time where I went home frustrated. At the time, the real obstacle was letting, demanding, and forcing people to give me the space to try my pedagogical techniques. A lot of people see me teach, though. They don't realize how I don't want to use the word revolutionary because it sounds egotistical, but it was very progressive. I'll use that word. A calm style when people needed to be yelled at. Um, a very circular, um, engaging atmosphere. In other words, I didn't just stand and lecture. I sat myself around the cipher.
Mhm.
I engaged the student. Sometimes, and I always had conflicts with many elders. A lot of them were wrong. Some of them had right ideas, and a lot of them were disrespectful too. But they just weren't used to someone that spent a lot of time learning about the student. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I didn't want to just teach the student. You know what I'm saying? I really wanted to engage them, and I wanted to give them something unique for themselves. You know, that they learn about themselves, because knowledge itself is really useless, God. If we're just applying a degree and saying with that degree, you have to actually
Mhm.
learn about yourself, and then you learn about yourself by engaging other things. Look, I got to bring it back to my brother, King Kamal. All these years of expressing myself, and even the many songs I've been on, and expressing myself because people wanted these words to be on record. he pushed me to express myself in different formats of style, and literally in this case made me MC, and these type of things, an ability to make a setting, a classroom setting that was warm but also uncomfortable for the student.
Mm.
That's why I liken it to what Kamal was teaching me as we made this album. You know what I'm saying? And drawing out the students' abilities. You know what I'm saying? There's many obstacles, God. I've taught students that have been killed. I have taught students that have failed. I have taught students that went back to jail. You know what I'm saying? So the obstacles are the grind of it.
Did that ever make you feel like a failure as a teacher?
um
Even if it was early on?
I've been blessed, God, because I've had so many people that have had to teach, though. So it's been many numbers. And I knew first, like I said, I was very, very well taught on how to teach at that school. People are taught how to build in the street, but I spent a lot of time learning how to build in the classroom and how to build at that school where everything you say is going to represent the whole nation. Like nobody goes around and says, listen, the nation ain't shit, though. You see what this guy says at the school? Students be saying some shit at the school. This is what they represent the nation with. Nobody ever could say that. But that took a lot of work. And that's an obstacle. That's difficult to do. You know what I'm saying? That's difficult to do. And letting people let me do it, having the war, having the struggle with the people that refuse to allow me to do it. Those are the major obstacles, you know what I'm saying? And just people that hate. There are great legendary elders in our nation that have gone, that have passed away, and that exist today that despise me, that have despised me through their whole life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is only because I do things that they never learned to do. It's just that simple.
And you're, like I said, you're pretty famous. You got trolls and everything traveling from.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like I only got one troll. I just feel like he just keeps reinventing himself. You know what I'm saying? Shit, he just keeps.
I'm surprised he's not in here. So Mighty Rich said, how much involvement did Abu Shahid have in forming the original mathematics?
Throughout his life, I have disagreed with mostly everything Abu Shahid had said. I thought everything he said at the end of his life was bullshit, especially saying that these teachings were only for the African American. I thought that was 100% bullshit. And I'll tell anyone that will hear it, though. I don't give a shit who he taught or anything like that, how much feelings get hurt with that. But he was wrong with that. Mm-hmm. From the elders that I learned with and the firstborn I learned with, though, he did not have a say. He wasn't around like the way he claims he was. You know what I'm saying? And he did certain things that certain elders told me that I can't really say that made him not be around even when he wasn't locked up. You know what I'm saying? So his adding on to the supreme mathematics, I don't bear witness to it at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't bear witness to it at all. And as a young man, I don't appreciate. And listen, I spend a whole lifetime of noting if somebody's fake as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And I thought it was real fake as fuck in my life, where it was all peace. I'm right here. Everybody knows where I'm repping, who I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? The lineage I come from. And then after that, though, they want to say, oh, there's no place for Puerto Ricans. There's no place for Latinos and stuff. It probably wasn't directed at me, but I took that personally, like Jordan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I took it personally. You know what I'm saying? And so, no, I'll say, for me, I teach now cipher. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of stuff that he was saying in the problem book, that it comes from that shit got nothing to do with what I was taught that shit came from. And so I thought that was, I thought it was a reach. He was reaching.
It was a Hail Mary pass.
Yeah.
But, having that.
Those last years, to me, he was just trying to put a legacy, And, salute to everybody that taught, because that means that you learn regardless to a lot of the bullshit that he was slinging.
Yeah, the only time I heard him even have anything to do with the supreme mathematics. And it's not like I built with the firstborn. You see what I'm saying? But I have built with gods, right?
Yeah.
So is that when he said that in the video? That's the only time I heard
Yeah.
anything with
I
him.
I I get like this mainly because he wrote a book through the conduit of pure bullshit, you know. And when
Mhm,
he had Wakil be that conduit to release his ideas, I already knew that they would be manipulated to favor a diluting of what Allah the Father did, because that's
mhm,
all Wakil is obsessed with doing, you know,
mhm,
diluting Allah. He wrote a whole pages about what Firstborn Prince was about, and his only source was one letter Firstborn Prince wrote to one person. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
That
mhm.
I think I'm a good writer. I would still hate for one letter I wrote a brother in prison to be the be all end all of everything of my life as a 5%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sure it would have something useful. I would hope I wrote something useful to that brother. But damn, it's not. Come on, man. That is not a good. That's not a complete source material. You know what I'm saying? And he did that. You know what I'm saying?
Knowledge
So
born. The
yeah,
religious 5%er. That's your favorite wise. What? Come on now. The religious 5%er. They
yeah.
are original people too.
That's
1 plus 2 equals 3. Yeah. What
right.
are some of the difficulties time wise between family and teaching abroad?
Ah man. Um, you know, I have always worked to balance that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have to worry so much about balancing it like that because I raised my two children and I'm not with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm a non-custodial parent though, as many of us that have you know children in that fashion and we're not with their mothers. So I've had a lot of time to build. Um, the difficulty isn't really with sharing it with my family and my children, um, because when I'm with my children though, I don't give a shit about anybody. I just ignore everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't answer any texts. I don't do anything.
Mhm,
You know, and I let that go. Um, but when I'm on my own, though, usually students are interrupting me for something dope I'm writing or something I'm making, some training. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be interrupting my all my fun. But but that's the thing, though. You know, um, all the elders that taught me, though, they interrupted their whole lives for me. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? They spent hours teaching me. You know what I'm saying? Like whole nights teaching me. So I don't look at it that way when I'm teaching somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Um, what I do is I always try to schedule shit. I always try to make sure I don't waste time. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm wasting time, because everybody does though. Like we catch ourselves, and maybe I eat and I'm watching the Golden Girls, but then maybe I start binging and watch too many episodes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I realized, you know what? Oh man, I gotta go put some music on because the music will make me go read or write.
Yeah.
I mean, so there are many joys in my life, but they make me do stuff, and that's why music is so important to me. You know, I let music get me back on track with everything, really everything. You know, but
Indeed. So complete said the understanding seed is found in the understanding wisdom degree in the 140.
if this was my class, I would ask you how you see that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Ask them
I
because
don't, yeah, because that degree is just about the original man's power and the devil's, lesser powers. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we in that
He
degree,
said the
The
gym.
real jewel, I think you're off a degree, 2 degrees though. The real jewel for me, and this is one of my favorite degrees though, is the 30th degree. You know what I'm saying? Because the 30th degree, people read it the wrong way. Okay, the reading comprehension is wrong. You know, a lot of elders teach, and oh wait, let me rewind. A lot of old people with this knowledge. Okay, a lot of old people with this knowledge, they be teaching it wrong.
There's a distinction.
Right? There's a distinction. They be teaching that the black seed is the strong seed, and that's what got separated, and they can't destroy the black seed. No, they did. They did do that. They did that in the lesson. what makes devil is not that the seed is destroyed, but that the seeds are separated, and that one original man is made up of the black and the brown germ. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's his reality. You know what I'm saying? And when we look at that reality, it also shows us the reality of their language of dominant and recessive genes. That's their language. That's their scientific language. So we have to understand that when we're trying to explain things that we see, we can't always get caught up though in exactly using their terms in that fashion. Meaning that if we say, listen, the dominant gene and then there's the recessive gene, and we look at the recessive gene like it ain't shit though. So like you're an original man, Wise Prince, but you've got a recessive piece of shit gene in you. You know what I'm saying? That's not really the good part of you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't witness that. I don't teach that. I don't teach that there's any part of the original man that is weaker or lesser, or you know what I'm saying? That word recessive doesn't mean that. But we're so used to seeing the word dominant. Recessive means it must be it's weaker and it's devilish. In genetics, that's not the way to see it. The way to see it, though, is of different natures and levels, right? So we have our limbs. I like to describe it with the limbs. The limbs are strong. The legs are the strongest limbs. They're the dominant limbs, right? And your arms are the lesser limbs. You know what I'm saying? But really, a lot of your life is being done with them limbs, those arms. And because of their weakness, right, their quote unquote weakness, you're able to write, you're able to do more fine things with them. You know what I'm saying? It has more delicacy. You know what I'm saying? There's a more delicate nature. It is more yin than your feet. So you're able to do certain things with them. So when we look at the black man's body being composed of the black and the brown, this shows that the black man's body, the original man's body, has this adaptation ability that in all levels, in all ciphers, their body will conduct itself in a way to enhance itself by perfect adaptation, whether it is a yang component, meaning being more aggressive to make things work, or more yin to allow things to manifest and develop, you know, and that's how the phenotype develops, God. You know, that's how they all developed. And in that degree, you get the jewel. The jewel that made devil, though, isn't that the black man, the black germ or the brown germ is destroyed. It's the separation of the germs that causes the confusion. You know what I mean? That causes the separation and the false identification that there is a black germ. There is a people that will just be the black germ and a people that will just be the brown germ. You see what I'm saying? And that extraction is the problem. You know what I'm saying? So
Complete said, "Is this a nothing question?"
no. I don't. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, explain that. I don't.
ML Ray, yeah,
You know,
cool.
it's I'll tell you this though. The way I teach that, a lot of people would disagree with that, but they can't show and prove with that degree. You know what I'm saying? So people going around and saying the black is the most dominant, it could not be destroyed, so they had to separate it. No, you didn't read the shit right. The shit was separated by the destruction of the physical body. You see what I'm saying? No one can target the actual body and extract the black germ. You know what I'm saying? That's not how it's done. They're attacking the entire body, and through this breeding process, they're only going to leave that black germ. So it's in the process of repetition, and then what? Epigenetics. The epigenetics takes over. You know what I'm saying? That survival method of we only will survive to the lighter shade. Now people are breeding themselves for survival.
Indeed.
You see what I'm saying? Separation occurs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. King said, "This is a dope interview." Thank you.
Peace to the God. You know what I mean?
Prince, peace. Where do you see this nation 50 years from now?
You know, I've always taught though where I don't care. You know what I mean? I never teach someone to be part of this nation, to be a citizen of the nation. You know what I'm saying? My job, like my duty at the school, was just to teach what we know. You know what I'm saying? And 50 years from now, the whole thing could just crumble, and we only have people teaching it some places here, some places there. You know what I'm saying? Or we totally sell out though, and the Hadith wins over, and we have a lot of robots that teach what Allah taught. You know what I'm saying? Don't do this, don't do that. There are rules and regulations. Don't mix math and alphabet, but they don't know how to explain that. You know what I'm saying? At all.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Don't born the mathematics of the day, but they don't know how to. They don't know how these principles couple. They don't know any assignments to give to the student. Just do things that were told to you, rules. You know what I'm saying? And no
Yeah.
adaptation to people's lives, no adaptation to the changing of oppression. None of these things. You know what I'm saying? If we don't do those things, then the most crucial thing of a nation, right? The root word nation, nacie, Nacie, Latin, meaning birthright. That our birthright will not be there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
It was the God Y King that taught me that. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know,
White
that's
King from out here, Morocco.
that's right. That's right. That's
Okay,
Y King
that's
taught me that. You know what I
That's
mean?
beef. That's beef. That's something he never shared with me. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
extract some more. You know.
I don't even know. Hell, maybe he don't remember he said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on him about that.
Y King is a builder, but he's not one to be like, yo, that's mine to say you stole that. But being a writer and knowing that my shit is copywritten, and I was a lot like Dumar, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like, I said that shit, you know, and I turn into that Cuban link skit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The shark biters. It's like, yo, no front for me, man. Go play that role.
Complete said to be less than 1/3, one black, one brown, one yellow, one white equals 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equals 4. The devil's power is 1/4, which is less than 1/3.
I see that. I never seen that computation like that, but it's sensible to me. I'm not gonna argue with that. You know what I'm saying? Not gonna.
I always seen the answer to that is um it's in the useful land. The original man is first. So 23 million and then the 6 million. So and you do the math on that, you'll see that that's less than 1/3, but
Mhm.
not quite 1/4.
Okay. Okay.
Indeed. So that's where I see that at. So Rishi said peace. All right, peace.
Peace.
Malik Allah, how has having the knowledge changed your life?
I don't even know what it would be like without it though. But when you try to have peace, calm, when people try to, in general, have a fortitude about things, you know, they usually get led astray. Like, you know, take shorts here. You know, you don't have to work. You don't have to work hard here. Maybe you don't write this, you know, for a while. Just chill. Maybe you don't do this for a while. You know, being a 5%er and getting the knowledge though, I was already a civilized man. You know what I'm saying? And what it gave me though was this opportunity to be as vicious with my persistence. You know, people keep mentioning persistence to me, and perseverance. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? And to be able to continue to do that though, because I would see the fruit. I knew I would see the fruit. You know what I'm saying? Um, in everything, it's really about getting the reps in. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So whether I learned the martial arts, and the martial arts I learned because the gods brought me to RC Gun, Bobby Lee Whitaker, you know, and he was a Black Seed, and you know, out of Medina, and he taught us. And all what he told me, listen, work hard, 20 minutes a day of kung fu when you train. You know what I'm saying? Now I did that. I was already a grown man, 25. Most people don't. I just was about to turn 25. Most people don't do martial arts at that age. You know what I'm saying? But I decided to do it as he said. And now 20 plus years later, look, you know what I'm saying? All I know is I could do some shit in that too. So the same thing is with the writing, though. The same thing is with speaking. The same thing is with developing your skills. You know what I'm saying? You keep collecting. Things are collected. They are not done in one day. You know what I'm saying? They're not done in one day. You know? They're built up as intensely, you know, as possible. You know what I mean? And That's all I've adhered to. Like people see, like obviously in a law school in Mecca, nobody's taught a class longer than I have. That was built up week by week, saying that listen, every Thursday I'm going to commit to coming here every Thursday. You know, but a lot of people don't see that. It's also the linkage with people that build. You know, people talk shit about the school all the time, like the elders don't do this, don't do that, but they're not at the school. A lot of people don't understand that I wouldn't be able to do what I was doing if certain elders weren't there every single day. You know, now, there were a lot of years where there were nobody, and it was me alone, literally at the school, just me by myself. You know what I'm saying? But it wouldn't have lasted like that either, though. And I think if a nation is to last longer and to continue to last, it's gonna have to learn how to deal with those fluctuations where people just don't give a shit about real knowledge, and then fluctuations where they do care. You know, that's the whole thing, right? The truth is, we'll be in one day where everybody bears witness that this knowledge is actual fact. You know what I'm saying? Right? But, you know, they may not, you know, deal with it. They may, who says that just because we teach everybody and they say, yes, this is the truth, that they're going to say that they're going to do what we did, actualize it. Right? Because that's the main difference between what the Father did and what the NOI was doing, what Elijah did, what Malcolm did, everybody. The Father actualized it. He said, that's written in the lesson, but I'm going to actually be that true living God. You know what I'm saying? Right? If we keep that mentality of actualizing the truth that we have, it doesn't matter if we'll have this flag, if it exists at all, if it's just a memory to people. If this knowledge survives in that way, it can't be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Can't be destroyed. People could lift up that banner at any moment.
And complete. If we teach it how it's supposed to be taught, we teach it real and strong, it won't become a religion. Just got to teach it real and strong.
Yeah. It's really that simple, you know. But I think that yeah, yeah. Keep going. You know the trolls are always gonna be there. They mixing what I said and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what's funny? What they don't mix though is that when I tell them to come through, you know what I'm saying? Like if I say come with these hands, they're like, oh, he's talking violence and stuff, right? But these trolls have said things that they would not survive in the street saying shit like that to me.
Hey, it's hilarious.
You know?
It's hilarious. Yeah, the troll tried to set me up over here and was like, he did it twice. And you know, yeah, it was hilarious. Um, yeah. So I heard they actually doctored your tape, like something you said.
Yeah, so what he did was I had said what I always teach. I said I don't believe this knowledge, you know what I mean? And I didn't believe it when I got it though. Knowledge me sent me to go learn it and see it for myself. So I said I don't believe the knowledge itself. I know it. So he said he just took I don't believe the knowledge and he started like looping that.
Yeah,
like,
the knowledge degree.
Yeah, he started looping that. See, Sunya said he don't believe the knowledge, you know? And I'm like, yeah, you looped it, but yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
You know
I was like, yeah, because Dark Him he did a live and we listened to the whole like the parts before and then after and we was like we dissected like
he's the one that showed me the remix, and when I came to the school to teach, he was there and then he showed it to me and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, and he said you gotta check this, and I was like, oh shit, and then he started calling me ML Ray.
That's when you know you're big time.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're big time.
Oh man, that's too funny, man. That's too funny.
So Mighty Rich, what is your physical degree, Sunez?
Yeah, I'm culture god. I'm 47.
Ooh, there we go. Complete the nothing referred to wise asking what Sunez would be doing if he wasn't writing.
I guess people feel I didn't give a suitable enough answer and stuff like that. I don't know what I would be doing because I don't know. Having this knowledge of self and writing are the things I had mad fury with. And I don't know what I would be doing that I would have that kind of fury. People don't understand that I have written these two things, teaching this knowledge and writing. I have done them, and you obviously the martial arts too. I have done them whether I've been broke whether I've been without home, whether I couldn't see my children, I have continued to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a part of, it's just the way I am. So I don't
Yeah,
know I really don't know what I would be doing,
I
because
understand that.
of this though. Anything that I can do, I will do. You know what I'm saying? And then you guys got me after I just finished recording all my verses for the album with King Kamal. So I really feel like I could do anything. You know what I'm saying? Is that, so
Definitely doing well at something else. So Malika Law said, "How do you delegate your time?"
hopefully very wisely. So like a work week, I work 5 days a week. I have a job, and I work 10 hours a day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm, time management for real.
Yeah, I work 10-hour days. So during the week, I train 4 days a week of the work week. And so I'm waking up at 3 a.m. and I'm training from about an hour, and it's such a concentrated workout. Like I guarantee most people wouldn't be able to finish it with me, if they did it with me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get everything: weight training, strength training, and then martial arts. Um, I go to work, but while I'm at work, though, I'm studying things. When I get off work, my travel back home, I'm reading. You know what I'm saying? Um, During the weekend, I have a weekend build list, and that build list gets attacked the minute that I get out of work on Friday. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Right now, we doing something though, because part of it was building what you got. You know what I'm
Indeed,
saying?
appreciate it.
And I make sure that I just manage my time. And one of the ways I delegate my time very well is I make sure I go to sleep at the proper time.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I don't go to sleep when I've done everything I could and I'm exhausted. I go to sleep when I'm supposed to. You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? I need to go to sleep. I'm tired. I go to sleep. And I do a lot of shit before I wake up. I learned that because I have children. And I never ever wanted my children to be an excuse for me not achieving things. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And it has paid off because my daughter, my oldest daughter, she sees it most because she's 21.
Oh,
And
dang.
she took the decision
Mm-hmm.
not to continue to go to college, right? And to pursue her true dream of being a chef. And
Mm,
she, by herself, got herself into the Culinary Institute of America. She did that by herself. You
mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? I didn't walk anywhere. I didn't walk with her. I saw her do it all by herself. You know what I'm saying? We had it on, we said salute, but all I had to do was um give her that blessing that it's
Mm-hmm.
okay to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't think that she would be able to do that if she didn't see me as a model of someone who's done that.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? So, I took those times. I left those magazines. I did those things. And so as a grown woman, she's basically seeing a father who has done everything he ever wanted to do in life.
mm.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's important. That's powerful.
And so she's able to do that herself. All I say is have those righteous principles with you as you do those things. And she's been incredible. But delegating my time is very important though. I've always The easiest way to delegate your time though is to make sure that you love the things that are useful to you. That is, I love reading and writing. So I spend a lot of
Mm,
time reading. And reading to me is a passive act. It's relaxation. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? And
Yeah.
if I can't read, and if it's too much, if it feels like too much like work and I've done enough work, then I read something easier. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So I read
Yeah.
something easier, something I could go get with. You know what I'm saying? So I might be reading a book about, I'm trying to make this neurology lesson. I might switch up to I don't know. Right now I'm reading Fat Joe's autobiography. You know what I'm saying? I'll
Mm-hmm.
switch up to something easy to read like that. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. So, peace to my big brother Bujan. Peace to the God, Earth, and the babies, and all civilized. Peace to you and the fam, Sunez. Always appreciate the valuable time.
Hey, that's piece 793. Thank you.
Yakub is the name of the Sunez troll. Mm, indeed, Tuesdays.
Man.
Now,
Let me tell you
born.
something. I'm gonna disagree with you right there, right? I'm gonna disagree with you right there. What Yakub did was that he took the devilishment of separation that was within us in exploration and intriguing. You know, we had this intrigue, this idea. He extracted it, funneled it, and focused it into a devil that would only last less than a quarter of a Quran.
Mm.
6,000 is less than a quarter of a
Yep,
Quran. And he
indeed.
took something that could take more than a Quran to deal with and had us deal with it immediately. You know, so my man Yakub, sometimes I don't be looking at him all crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's fucked up
Yeah.
what he did, but it's a little different. The troll, I don't know what his use in this shit is, because I don't need nobody to spark me to be doper or anything like that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
He's emotional. So Knowledge Born said, I remember the cat said Sunya said it's okay to eat swine.
Yeah,
Hey, Sunya.
said that.
Hey.
So, I'll never forget that video, man. I actually said to the student, be careful of what you eat, because natural can also
Oh
be
yeah, yes,
fine. Be
yeah.
careful with natural. You know what I'm saying? And then
I saw that video.
where he jumped to that leap, though, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know. Yeah, yep. I haven't made it until you haven't made it until you have a troll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's big time. Peace, true self. Peace. Foreign self, knowledge God. Peace.
That's funny. Y'all are bugging, man.
Peace, God. Peace. Uh Complete said, I never believe I went straight from doubt to skepticism or in skepticism to pride and optimism. I look for the same thing in others' wisdom.
That's peace. Yeah, I see that.
Peace, peace.
It's a with an A in there, not you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
That's funny. But yeah.
So okay, so
yeah, man.
you kind of got into it, but what was the determined idea to start martial arts?
The gods, we were cleaning up the school and throwing big garbage bags and throwing them. And you know, I'm not the biggest man. I'm 5'4",
Yeah,
right? And
that's surprising actually. I'm
and I
I
was
only
throwing
met you once, but
yeah, and I was throwing these bags, you know what I'm saying? I was
uh-huh.
throwing these bags, you know what I'm saying? And I remember the God Knowledge piece, he was like, yo, God, you should come with us though. You build with Bobby some kung fu. And said, I ain't doing all that crazy kicking stuff. I get hurt. You know what I mean? And I thought about it, and I had my first child in the way who I was talking about, right? My Luna. And I was like, you know what? It would be good to know how to protect myself, because I'm gonna have a full-fledged family. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I go check it out. You know, and I checked it out. And Seagun Bobby made me do some weird things, but for some reason, everything he was saying to me, I understood. It clicked, you know? And what really made me go, like, what made me say I gotta go was that I went to the movies with my twin brother, and we saw Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai. And when I heard the martial arts and him doing martial arts though with those beats, Riz's beats, I was like, yeah, I gotta go get this, because I can go get it. And everything in my life up to that point, one of the reasons I've been able to do all this I do is that I take every opportunity to learn. You know what I'm saying? Every single opportunity to learn, I take it. You know, and the impact Bobby Whitaker. Listen, people have tried to physically kill me. So first off, Bobby Whitaker saved my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, the abilities that he gave me allowed me to survive and thrive physically. You know what I'm saying? Like, to survive. But what he also gave me though was an outlet to see the different outlets of how the body moves, just like the pen. You know what I'm saying? And allow me to find that grace and that beauty and that strength within my own physical movements, you know? And everything he's given me has been a blessing, you know? I love Bobby Whitaker, you know?
Peace, peace. Yeah, hey, peace to Bobby. So I be born, peace to the nation of gods and earths and all the human families of the planet Earth. Mighty Rich said, what's your favorite book, Sunez?
I don't have a favorite book. If I pick a favorite book, then I wouldn't read anymore. But I have a lot of favorite books that I repeat every year. I love the Dhammapada. I love the Tao Te Ching. I love a lot of the Asian books. There are many books I love though. Like, just thinking. Um,
Do you
let's see.
still read 52 books a year?
I started reading at least 52 books a year in the year 2000. I thought of it in 2003 because I wrote down the books I read in 2003 and it was only 26. And I was like, this is whack. Like, this is terrible. Teaching
Yeah.
at the school and I don't have no fucking knowledge. I was like, and yeah, I was upset at myself. And so I started to write that list again. And since 2004, every single year, I've read at least 52 books since
Mm,
2004.
that's peace.
So I've never wavered. The most books I've ever read in a year was 106, I think.
So, is
That was
there
I
a
had
lot of
I had a
short?
cush desk job, you know. I had a cush desk job, and all I did was read. Yeah.
So, is there people here 52 books? Do you switch it up? Some long, some small, or short?
What I do is that the number is always going to be made. So what I
Mhm.
do is in the beginning of the year to get that number, I survey a lot of books. I find
Mhm.
new authors. I read some of their most key works, and if they're short, I read those works first. Then I go to
Mhm.
their longer works. You know what I'm saying? Then as time goes on, I'm reading so much that I don't read one book at a time. I read many books all at the same time. So a lot of the bigger books though, they get tackled slowly but surely. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like books like I had just last year I read there's a two-part autobiography, not autobiography, two-part biography of Frank Sinatra, and I read the first one, which is 800 pages. But I read that casually.
Yeah.
Since they're music books, I read them when I'm listening to that music. Unless it's rap. I can't read books about rap and then listen to rap at the same time. But so if I want to listen to Frank Sinatra, I'll read that book, you know. And so now I'm reading the second one, which is I think it's 1,200 pages. So
Mm,
I'm about 300 in, but
okay.
I'll read it when I'm listening to his music, you know. And it gets read because his catalog is incredible. It's incredible. But I do that with all the books. But I always fluctuate. I care as much about the length of the books and getting the 52 as what I'm reading,
Mhm.
what type of books I'm reading, and how difficult the level could be. Because there are books that are 80 pages though, and they will kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm, yeah.
They
Yeah.
will be so heavy that you're like, yo, if this guy added one more page, I would have passed out. This shit was so hard.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
there's other books that you're gonna read slower, like like the Diop books, Chikante Diop books. Like he did not give a shit about the layman reading his books. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he wrote them very difficult to understand, especially if you don't know anthropology. So they take time to read. You know, but yeah, like I really spent a lot of time reading. That's all I can say. Yeah, you know.
So yep. So complete set. Got to roll with the young Earth piece. All
That's
right,
peace.
peace. How has having your daughter changed you?
I have two daughters, right? I have two daughters. My oldest is 21 and my youngest is 9. They both changed me in significant ways. You know, um, my oldest is really the reason I started doing martial arts. My oldest is really why when we talk about time delegation, Malik, when you was asking, is really why I focused on that. I used to be very angry working a 9 to 5, being in the desk. But then I started to realize, wait a minute, I'm at this desk. Let me do my work and then write at the desk. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah.
And just start to utilize that time well. And my oldest daughter just taught me all of that about in the beginning of the basic sacrifice of parenting. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And the beauty of it, the beauty of it. With my second daughter, it reaffirmed how we make these children and they're all different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's so much like my oldest Luna. My youngest her name is Alma. Soul. It means soul. And she's so different than her big sister, and yet so alike in many ways. You know what I'm saying? And they give me a lot of they they really put the battery in your back. You know what I'm saying? People wonder how I have so much fury to do what I'm doing. I love to achieve a lot of things. Like, just think about it, right? The newest book I have out is The Reel of 2022, right? Um, I have to write these books when I'm not with them, and I have to write these books when I'm not at work, right? So I have to put so much effort into them. When I'm with my children, I feel so accomplished, and that rubs off on them because when they see something that they can't do, it just comes across like I could show you what you can do. You know what I'm saying? Um, and that really manifests. You know what I'm saying? That manifests. You know, it really manifests. So yeah, they change your life. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something. When I've gone through hard times, like my daughter's older now, right? I've gone through hard times. Um, Definitely, I made a lot of sacrifices during COVID, where a lot of jobs I couldn't get, and I didn't take because I wouldn't be vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
Because I got better, and my daughters were there. Like my oldest would call me every single day, and I was living off my books. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was writing, releasing, marketing, writing, releasing, marketing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it was tough. It wasn't enough money. It was difficult. You know what I'm saying? But it kept me afloat, and it was very invigorating to be able to create and have my children inspired by me and still inspiring me and pushing for me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Yeah.
they continue to change my life every day. You know,
Yeah.
just
I
just seeing them develop, seeing them be great, seeing them be their own people. You know, it's amazing. You know,
yeah, I understand that because when my first child, Layla, she was born in 2014, and because of her, I finally took the step to getting the knowledge itself because I wanted to prepare,
right?
for her, and then I finally because I was doing the
Yeah.
knowledge since 2011. I got the book How to Hustle and Win,
Hmm.
and then eventually I got the anthology Knowledge Itself, and then that's where I found White King. And so then I reached out to White King, and then in 2014. But it was all I took that final step because my daughter she was coming.
Yeah,
So
that's peace, man. They really they like when they say when a woman's about to give birth, they start nesting and they start preparing the home for the child. But what they don't realize is that that happens to the man too. Like we start building a home. Like youngest, when my oldest was born, that's when I began this like obsession with collecting every book I could, collecting every album I could, because I wanted them to be cultured, to have everything. You know what I'm saying? And it has never wavered. You know what I'm saying? It has never wavered. You know?
right quick, G. This is the Peace Course.
The Peace Course book. I see it. I see it. I have them here. I have all my books here. You know what I'm saying? I don't have my
Yes.
newest. I have ordered everybody that has ordered a new book with me is out there ordered. So it's coming at the end of February. They're very slow. And so have I been slow too. But out of these hip hop books, the Peace Course is a special book because this is really like I wrote this when my daughter. Most of the two major essays in this book, I wrote them when my daughter was little. You know what I'm saying? Um, I
Yeah,
was
y'all
based,
can get it on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, all that. So go ahead, G.
yeah. And what I was basically doing, God, was I wrote these two major essays that take up the majority of the book. They were written with me trying to do two things. With the Kite of Perfection essay, I was writing what type of letter would I give a brother locked down that would have everything that I think is most valuable about this knowledge itself, like the juggernaut letter. You know what I'm saying? And that
Mm-hmm.
became Kite of Perfection. What is this knowledge to me? How I see it, how I use it. Then the Blackest Pedagogy. That is an essay that takes where I was at that time. Young man
Mm-hmm.
frustrated in the cubicle, raising a family, but seeing he's going to do something with this teaching and how I was going to teach. It's so powerful to me to release this book now because everything I said I would do as a teacher in that Blackest Pedagogy, I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I actually did it. So, those two essays, I decided to round them out with some other essays that I wrote during the pandemic, some older ones for other publications, like the Mecca Mission, one of the newspapers I made out of the school for a year. And I basically tried to put stuff in there that the layman could kind of get into. I didn't want to get too heavy, you know what I'm saying, with stuff that only we could,
So King said, "Did you ever receive any push when introducing the knowledge to those in your family? I caught a lot of pushback when I was coming up."
Um, there were things that my old earth is gone. So there's a lot of things. There's certain things that she said that really hurt my feelings when I first was teaching. You know what I'm saying? There were things my family didn't really accept it. I don't think that I don't really think that my father really understands what it is that I teach or what I know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's on that level. Um,
What about your brother?
my brother didn't take to the knowledge like that because he didn't want to be a part of anything, and he didn't want to play by anybody's rules. But when
Mm-hmm.
I'm with him, word is bond, he's a righteous man.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I learned that's all he could. That's the best he could be. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's not. Oh, he could have been greater. No, that's the best he could be. Like I look at my brother, and I'm like, yo, he is the best he could be. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So I don't feel no way about that. Like with the family.
Are
Um,
y'all identical?
We're identical, yeah. You could tell us apart now, but when we was kids, man, good luck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And some of the baby pictures, I had to memorize which one I was. You know what I'm saying? I had to memorize. I used to ask my old earth all the time, like, yo, which is me in the pic, man? But
Indeed.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to deal with it because it took me into the street. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It took me into teaching out in the street. It took me into a lot of places that people don't go. You know what I'm saying? Um, and it took people. It's scary. I don't think people understand how scary it is for people to go and teach at-risk youth. That's
Mm.
essentially what we do. People are
Yeah.
scared of that. They think like at risk. Why would I put myself at risk for at-risk youth? There's a reason they're at risk. We leave them at risk. They're at risk there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's somebody else that does that, but there's nobody that does that. We're the ones to do that. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody gonna do that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If we
Indeed.
don't do it, nobody else will. And yeah, so I will say that after all these years, though, obviously, my family sees like the value in what I've done. You know what I'm saying? I don't think sometimes I think they're too close to the sun. They don't really see that I've done things that other people haven't done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they appreciate it though. They appreciate it though. You know what I mean?
God Cypher Divine. Uh-oh.
Peace.
So Peace for Lost 5% and everyone in the chat. As soon as a martial artist, do you see 52 blocks as a grafted version or does it have original validity?
I don't see any. I wouldn't say any fighting style is a grafted version though, because any style could get you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Why would I say that? You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you what I don't care. It's not my style, because in 52 hand blocks there's a lot of showboating. You know what I'm saying? What I
Mhm.
mean by that though is like, first of all, I wouldn't showboat those. The fighting is too serious for me. But what I mean by showboating that I wouldn't do it is not that when they move in 52, the whole skill is about their feints, and their
Yeah.
feints are very, very powerful because they commit their body as a bait. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
When I fight, though, I'm not giving you my body as a bait. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? If you'll think I am, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving up that body like that. You know what I'm saying? And also too, unlike let's say its roots like that of similarity, like in Wing Chun, which is what I do and everything like that. Um, they the 52 hand blocks, if you use it as style by itself, and I'm saying this is for me, um, it's too much energy wasted for me.
Mm.
You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
going to ask you about that.
Yeah, because one of the things we were taught to fight against many people, and so your energy will wane quickly. You know, so you know, the way I learned to fight was to get out of the way of things and to do it as quickly as possible. You know, so sometimes it could be very weighing, just like other styles that I think 52 is amazing. That's just my personal thought about why I wouldn't use it like that. Um, I also think other styles, like I say, they're beautiful. Like Muay Thai is beautiful, but I was telling the guy Infinite Light, he does Muay Thai, and I'd be like, listen, I'm not, I'm not throwing my body like that out there. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm not crashing into everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get out, deflect. You know what I'm saying? I'm not throwing myself in. So there's different styles. You know what I'm saying? And people, they get more. Sometimes when people fight, they need a nature. You need a nature when you fight. You know,
Mhm.
like the shit pops off. You need to get into that nature quick. You know,
Mhm.
so like in kung fu, you have the animal styles. I always tell a student, you can't get into your nature. You can't get into it. You're getting too shook. Be the animal. Just be the elephant. You know what I'm saying? And that'll get you in the game. You know what I'm saying? But the 52, it gets people into a rhythm of fighting. And
Mhm.
so it's powerful. I don't see it as grasped. I know, you know, guys that I train with as three treasures, San Bao, you know, with Bobby Lee Whitaker, like Wise Ramel, they do 52 hand blocks. And Wise Ramel is, you know, he's younger than me, but he's my big brother in martial arts. You know what I'm saying? And he's devastating. So there's no way I would say 52 is just crafted and don't work. Nah, man, I've seen that, that shit. That
so,
shit, you know.
so how do you pronounce the style you
What I
study?
learned, what we learned was Biangzing, right? And
Beyond
that
yeah,
means
okay.
metamorphosis, you know. So
Okay.
what Bobby was teaching us was a lot of them, all of the aspects of Kung Fu. He was teaching us weapons, the animal styles. He was giving us the core of Wing Chun,
Mhm.
right? Um, but what he was really showing us though was how to take these moves and mix and match them according to your body type, your nature, your fluidity, your reality, and creatively make your own fighting style and adapt these. So your tiger style would look different than my tiger style. You know what I'm saying? And that would be
Mhm.
like, so my brother Infinite Mind, we're brothers in this martial arts too, and from the same sea gun. You'll see him move. You wouldn't know we were from the same school. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? But if you really know martial arts, you know that there are certain moves that we do alike, that we're doing that are the same, but we do them totally different. You know, he's taller than me, he's lanky, I'm more shorter, stocky. We do it different. You know what I'm saying?
I hear that, and I hear, the knowledge and wisdom of the same, but the understanding is your own.
That's right. That's right. You know, a lot of the things that Bobby taught us mirror the knowledge itself, and that's why all his students are mainly 5%ers. Like, you know, they're
I
really
be born. What happened to the Mecca mission? Because I and one of my brothers was trying to,
that's a long
uh,
story, and I'm gonna keep it
never
real.
found out how to.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep it real. A lot of people in the nation that were working on their own publications, they got jealous, they got shook, and they saw I was making something that looked doper. I'm gonna keep it that real. That's that simple, because um, certain people thought that we were trying to take over the power paper, and that was on the whole team that we were making it. That was someone in the team. They made that mistake. And I said, I spoke directly to people and I said, no, we're not doing the power paper. We're not taking over anybody's things. We're making a magazine of my design that is going to be unique and for the 85 outside. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And a lot of people didn't believe that. And I say that because I didn't like the bullshit where people were out there saying, don't pick that up. That's not right and exact, this and that. And it was people in the so-called nation, supposedly people in this nation, right? That I built something for the 85 to come see us and see what we're about. You know what I'm saying? Which is totally different than what the Power Paper does. Totally different than what any other publications did. And all they did was talk shit under their breath and to other people. You know what I'm saying? And so much so that um, I would hear stuff like saying like gods don't want to sell the Mecca mission because they feel like it's the NOI and shit. And it's like, y'all don't have that issue with no power paper. You're just making up shit and you don't want to tell me. But like with a lot of things, God, people didn't come up to me and tell me nothing. You know, they talk a lot of shit, but they don't come up. I'm there all the time. Come and see me. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to come and see me. And a lot of it has nothing to do with Sunez does martial arts. He wants to fight this and that. This has to do with people not wanting to build, and they want their shitty version that is not stepping up his game to be the only game in town. And so they got their wish. They ended up they could be the only game in town. You know what I'm saying? But
what year was Becca mission?
It's 2015, I believe. You know, I think it's 2015. But I'll say it right now, as far as look, as far as aesthetic, and something that the 85 could appeal to and show them about what we are, nobody made a paper like that, past or present. You know what I'm saying?
So would you ever think about, redoing it?
No, I don't. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna hold up 4 of the reasons why. I have my own forum, God. I have my own place to talk all the shit that I need to. And I'm so tired of making people write. They always want a forum to talk and say everything they want to say. But when you give it to them, they don't write. They don't say. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? I could build one hell of a paper. And let me tell you what people lost out on in that. The Mecca mission didn't come along with just a paper. It was being published, but it was also recruiting my own students and anyone else that wanted to write. So I had 2 forums available, which I still have one of them, premierhiphop.com, where I write and my pieces there. Those become part of books, etc., etc. But I write my daily stuff about hip hop there when I publish it. Okay. If you wanted to write about hip hop, I had offered to teach you how to get into that and write with me as a forum to get your writings published, and it will be published. If you wanted to write about the nation, the forum of Mecca Mission was being used for that. And as we was getting along and we got more writers, I was going to start teaching a class on the weekend, a very short one, right? An hour long. It wouldn't be like my peace course where it's mad long, but it would be just a quick hour course because it'd be very regimented just on this. How to be a writer and an editor, like how to get them into the field if they wanted to do that. So I was going to teach journalism and writing and do it. And they would be at the end of that short course, they would be let out with their own recommendations for them. You know what I'm saying? But that whole magazine, I didn't just write it. I didn't just edit all of the pieces that were in there. I laid that out. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the covers, when you look at the layout, the way it was laid out, every single page, I laid all of that out. You know what I'm saying? So the first couple of issues, I didn't have full hand in them to lay them out, like the first 3 issues. So you don't see the covers the way they ended up being. But after I started to lay them out, then you saw covers all over. You know, you saw covers, you saw different layouts. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right, peace now is born.
So, right quick,
he got the babies going to bed late, though. How you got him going to bed late at 10 o'clock, man?
Nah, that's type of divine. As Sunez, indeed, it's a lot of thanks. I never studied that yet. I was curious because I know some gods who fight that way.
Yeah, I just don't have that showboating thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fight serious though. And it's a serious thing because in my mind, every time I fight, we shouldn't be fighting. You know what I'm saying?
We have 2 gods fight. One must die. King, do you feel that learning the audio version of something is more effective than learning and memorization something through reading?
I don't think so. I think I get a lot out of like certain podcasts that I listen to. So learning through different means I agree with. So if you're better with the books and the audiobooks, that's great. What I say that you miss though is that it'll take away from the ability to write. I don't care who you are.
Mhm.
I read every book. I don't do audiobooks. I need to see the word. You know what I'm saying? I need to see those words. Words to me, writing is the way it looks in my mind is like a puzzle. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And those puzzle pieces fit together. So, seeing the way other people piece those puzzles, I love to look at it. You know what I'm saying? I love to look at it. You know,
Uh, Malik Allah, what made you gravitate to Wing Chun style?
not it. No, we was doing kung fu. We was doing all of kung fu, and I learned Wing Chun particularly about, I don't know, 6, 7 years in. The God King He, who's one of my big brothers in this, his Wing Chun is incredible. And so he first taught me the Silam Tao form. And I went online because I didn't remember it that good. And I went online to look at Itman's, because that's our lineage. And I just started copying that. And I just started studying just applying everything Bobby taught me. And by the way Bobby taught us, we could learn many styles and understand them. And so we could adhere to them very well, you know? So I gravitated to Wing Chun because I love the minimalism of it. And also too, Wing Chun was designed for a woman. You know what I'm saying? Wing Chun means beautiful springtime. So
Wasn't
um
the creator a woman?
no, the creator wasn't a woman. It was adapted for a woman. So the story goes that
Mm.
it was really these monks that were teaching a woman the best that they could teach her. So they taught her the concentrated form. So I always describe Wing Chun as like the hard ball bearing inside the baseball,
Mhm.
and the animal styles are all the threading of the baseball, and then the Qi Kung is like that leather. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But the breath work. But yeah, you know, the Wing Chun style, I just love this beauty. I love the directness of it, and I love the idea of that because I'm in the city. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the fights that I've ever had to deal with and it's always crazy people, especially Staten Island. It's crazy. Um, you know what I mean? It's you fight people in small spaces. You know,
Mhm.
because it was designed for a woman, it was made to be designed for people that don't have any power, don't have any fighting skill. You know what I'm saying? And they could still learn this and be able to defend themselves. It's the best style for someone without athletic ability, even though many great athletes do it. Because I'm not saying that I'm not a good athlete. I'm saying that if you're a bad athlete, this will really be useful. If you box, so you need a good knockout blow, you need a good cross. You know what I'm saying, right? You need a good powerful uppercut, right? Because it's a devastating uppercut. That's not easy to develop, right? But that's not most people that need to learn the fighting style. They usually shitty athletes. You know what I'm saying? What can they do? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So that's why Wing Chun to me is beautiful. But I love the grace in it. There's such a detailed grace in the arms and in the way the legs move. You know what I'm saying? I love it. You know?
To me, it's not about the style yet. It's about the practitioner.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Any style could be fucked up by a shitty fighter. Just like a lot of styles might have flaws, but they're overcome by incredible athletes. You know. But I never really studied. My brother Wise Ramel does that, but I never really studied that with him. He had moved to Atlanta before when he started to do that. He was already in Atlanta, so I never really, trained in that. You know what I'm saying?
Have
But
you
there's a
ever
lot.
met Have you ever met Light Burley?
No, no,
Do you know who he is?
no.
Oh, is it Burley Light or Light Burley? Um, Basically, he's also like a 52, and I was learning his online because he did like a online class
Okay.
during COVID and stuff. So yeah, he's like real little. He's been doing it for a long time. Has it on YouTube and all his things, kind of like the face of 52 or whatever. But yeah, so Light Burley. I thought you would have known.
No,
Uh,
no, no. Yeah, that,
uh, knowledge then wisdom to born your own understanding. Okay, yeah.
that's right.
I'd be a born up with a bought both papers, 5%er and the Mecca mission. That's whack to
Yeah.
decide.
It sounds messed up, but that's what it was. That was 1,000%. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfair. It's like the way I was making Mecca Mission, I was making it like a professional newspaper because I already made professional newspapers.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I already made professional magazines, you know? So I already had work in bringing in working in publishing firms for books. So making it look like an actual product, like that was not a problem. Um, it's too bad because what my real goal was, because it was hard from the beginning. I really wanted to be able to teach people how to make magazines, so that way I could give it to them. You
Hmm.
know, so that way some other young could have the Mecca mission and do it themselves. And I think it would have been great in the community because young people, if they have a way to express themselves, and a newspaper is one of the best ways to express themselves because it makes what you're saying official. You know what I'm saying? And I think the young need to see stuff like that. They need to be engaged in things like that. Where like what I'm saying is important, and now I publish it here, and it's important. You know, that's beautiful. Like
Hmm.
they don't know how it is because I've felt that. You know what I'm saying? I've done that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've had pieces written and people talk about them and stuff like that, and it means something. You know,
Was it ever digital or it was just printed?
I gotta speak. Our publisher was the God Latik, and I know he had some of the PDFs because honestly, I would make it and I would just send that PDF off. But I think I only have like one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you think, because I know you said it was hating off you, but do you think because it was Mecca too?
Mecca, what?
Well, it was in Mecca, Mecca Mission.
Yeah, yeah.
Were there other newspapers in Mecca?
No, no. At the time, I was the only one because the pop paper hasn't been in Mecca in a long time.
Yeah, that's Medina, right?
What?
You said the power paper. That's Medina.
Power paper is not Medina though. The power paper was originally Mecca. You know what I mean? But
Oh,
Kaleem
okay.
took it with him when he left. You know what I'm saying? And then he gave it to Born King. You know, but they had their own issues. You know what I'm saying? And they have a lot. They when it comes to dealing with me, they get very conspiratorial. You know what I'm saying? And it was
Mm.
some bullshit. You know, and I
Oh,
don't care.
I thought they had the 5%er.
They have, yeah, they have it.
Oh, they got both.
They the power paper is the 5% paper.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it was
That's
two
like the
different.
nickname. The power paper is the 5% paper.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
You
Yeah,
know,
power. All right.
but
Yeah.
it literally, like if I speak to you face to face though, and
Hmm.
I say, that was a, we don't want to take your paper. I'm going to show you that we're not going to take your paper. We're going to do something totally different. And then I make the issues that are completely different. I don't want to hear any shit.
Yeah.
Okay? And when we talk about troubles that I've had at the school or with people, it's because people get in my way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get in my way, then you got to get pushed. You know what I'm saying? But if you're not in the way, then you're going to see people coexist. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see us coexist, and you're going to be building supreme, and I'm going to be building supreme. But get in my way, and then you're going to get pushed. You know, that's what it is, guys. There's no way I could have done what I. You know what? There's no way I could have done what I did at the school though if I didn't have some bully. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's an actual fact.
As soon as I studied Taekwondo because I was always good with my high kicks and boxing took over and I was able to acknowledge that understand you master self.
If you master the taekwondo with the boxing together, though, that's why they come out with kickboxing because boxing is so left out of taekwondo. You know what I'm saying? Right? Try out for the Mets, man. I'm a horrible baseball player, man. I was like the only Puerto Rican that couldn't field. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could
Yeah,
hit a
not
little bit. You know?
farewell now because limited arms as weapons. All right. What were you charging for your subscription?
I can't even remember. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's a long
What
time.
was it affordable?
Yeah, it was affordable. Shit, I was the one who made it though, so you couldn't pay me enough. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't pay me enough to make up for the time I took.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a lot of effort to make that. You know what I'm saying?
So how do you handle adversity and disappointment in life in our culture?
The same way I handled it, like with the Mecca mission, because that was a disappointment though, and it wasn't a disappointment because I couldn't do it anymore. It was a disappointment because all the teaching people to fish, to be able to make their own written works by themselves, I was taken away from me. You know what I'm saying? Because that forum for them to practice was taken away. But the way I deal with disappointment like that is I continue to build. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Indeed.
You, if you make this idea of building and then get particular, I'm a martial artist. I build that way. I'm a writer. I build that way. I read, and so I build by reading a lot. You know what I'm saying? I write and I create these things. You know what I'm saying? I make creative works. If these become what you are, then disappointment is handled by building in that way. You know? And so you don't really catch me sulking. You know what I'm saying? You catch me making something else. I won't let anybody stop me from creating, from building. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because if someone's in the way, God, get yourself in shape by pushing them the fuck out the way.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how you get in shape.
Hey man,
You know what
look.
I'm saying? Every single thing, every single thing I've had to bully my way through. Magazines, I told you, magazines did not let Puerto Ricans write. They assumed we had nothing to do with hip hop, and it was all wrong. That's because they couldn't market it, and they were rewriting the history. You know.
Mm.
So when you saw me in magazines like Double XL, things like that, Vibe, I was pushing my way in. You know what I'm saying?
As soon
Absolutely.
as were there any 5% in the Black Karate Federation? Shaw Prince State building about Sinju
I don't know. I
Indo
don't
Steve
know the
Muhammad.
details of the Black Karate Foundation. You know what I'm saying? I just know what I was taught. You know what I'm saying? And I know, I don't know how other original people was dealing with the martial arts though. I just know how I tapped into the ancient martial arts. You know what I'm saying? And the
Mm.
tradition, Chinese kung fu. And a lot of my studies are based on Chinese kung fu and the philosophies of those eras, the Taoism, the Buddhism, all those things. You know what I'm saying?
Did you ever compete?
No, we was not learning for that. We was
Okay.
learning to fight. Yeah, we was learning to fight in the street. I've never thought about it. I never even thought about it to compete. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. Indeed.
I was only learning kung fu to survive out there. That's it. You know what I'm
Indeed.
saying? And so that the things I decide to go do, nobody's gonna try to bully me because he's like, oh, that he little though. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Nah. Nobody's getting, you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
have to go out there and I'm gonna keep getting it though. That's what
Yeah.
I train for. I train for that real life situation. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
I don't train for like, points in a fucking tournament and shit. You know what I mean? And that's dope because you see skill, you see a lot of guys that you clearly could tell that a lot of the guys in these tournaments could really fight in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But why would I train for points? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the glory of martial art, though, if you're training to fight that real situation, your body's gonna get developed, your mind is gonna get sharper. So it's like people have to go into competition and stuff like that to give it a value, right? To give
Mm.
it a
Yeah.
complete fulfillment. And I'm like, doing this as a daily warrior, a martial artist, like walking down the street knowing that you know what to do and how to do it, and you comfortable protecting your family everywhere. I don't know how that's not what more blessing do you need from this thing, you know?
Do you think there's an age that's you're too old to get into martial arts?
Listen, these young savages be hitting old people up though. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. If we were in a society where they respected elders, then I would say that the elders don't need to fight. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But they do. They
Yeah.
do. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and like I said, this is a lifestyle. So when I get older though, and people think it's sweet and they're like, oh, Sunez's old man and shit like that. All right, let's do that. But no,
Mhm.
you know, like it equalizes the field though.
Mhm.
If people's gonna be like that, at least they'll be cordial with me. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But just to be clear, all these years I've been training, people only really found out, like in hip hop, people wasn't giving me interviews because they, he'll fuck me up if we don't do the interview. People didn't only found out because they looked at Instagram, and I decided to share them because I decided to share what I learned. You know what I'm saying? But
I seen you training with the swords, and you were outside. Yeah.
the main swords I use, yeah, butterfly knives. I love those. You know what I mean? That the butterfly knife and the 6 foot staff is they're the main weapons of Wing Chun, and I really adhered to the butterfly knives. I love them. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Uh,
They're
so
they're heavy. They're heavy. They're really pointy at the tip, but they're not sharp like that throughout. They
yeah.
cut by gashing. They don't really cut by slicing. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Almighty True Divine said, I like the idea of breaking somebody's fist in the middle of a fight with that wing chun.
You better be careful, True Divine. You better ease up. Sound like Cobra Kai over here.
Peace to the great Sunez.
Oh man, you
Infinite
know
building.
that's Infinite man. Infinite man. He caused the troll though, man. Put me out there like that. That's so much. That's so funny, man. That's so
Imp
funny.
always making somebody famous.
But I'm gonna tell you something though. That you know, it's things like that. Like you don't think that Inf had to push his way in when people's like, "Oh, you shouldn't record this.
Yeah.
You're gonna ruin everything. Don't record this or shit that." You know how many people have come to the school and had no idea I was teaching, but was like, "Yo, I gotta learn this."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I see the videos. I gotta go learn this. You know, and then you know the wonder of why going to a channel, right, and say, "Listen." People be thinking that there's no wise people in the hood. There's nobody. Everybody's stupid. And nobody knows what they're doing unless they blow up and they get out.
Yeah.
We only respect people that got out. There's nobody, you know, that just, you know, they live a modest lifestyle, but they're geniuses. We go through the Allah School in Mecca YouTube page, you see genius after genius, from
Mm-hmm.
the accomplished to the people that just live a regular 9 to 5 daily lifestyle. You know, it's beautiful. You know,
D.
oh God, Cypher Divine, you sound like you a heavyweight though. You sound all big and everything.
Have you met him?
Nah, I never met the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither.
You know, when I train and stuff like that, the blessing of being my build is that people don't really know. You know what I'm saying? So I could always come very peaceful in situations. You know what I'm saying? Right?
So peace. Been in the cut, listening and watching. That guy Seth Divine. All these people. West Coast Wise. Malika Law. Terrell Boylan. Yeah, what about Sunez? Oh, there's Sunez. All right. Indeed. Peace, peace.
That's funny.
Okay. So the next one.
Totally.
As Sunez, do you practice on the wooden dummy?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I got it right out that door right here. It's right outside. You know what I'm saying? Got it in the tarp when it's about to rain. But
I
yeah,
saw that. I saw you do that too.
I can really use that. Yeah.
So is it so like I know with the release of Ip Man that you know it kind of blew up Wing Chun again. Um
Mm.
so have you seen Ip Man?
Of course, yeah. I love those
Yeah.
movies. Yeah.
Yeah. So do
Donnie and
you
the Master, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, he's dope.
Yeah.
Uh so is that like kind of exaggerated Wing Chun, or do you see that?
Any movie where they just beat up mad people is always exaggerated though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um I've been in brawls and I wasn't good then. And I didn't even have Wing Chun Foundation, you know. But this Kung Fu saved my life though when I wasn't even a good student yet. Like I wasn't really
Mhm.
proficient. You know what I'm saying? And I survived 10 men. I don't know if I survived 10 men like the way Iman did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the way that he was moving is like perfect Wing Chun.
Yeah.
You know, it's perfect Wing Chun. It's beautiful. You know,
Even though it's choreographed and everything, but
of
yeah.
course, yeah, it gotta be choreographed though. That shit hurts. You don't get hit like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to get hit as an actor. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I heard Steven Seagal used to really hit people.
Yeah, oh, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, all
Yeah.
that all that Aikido, and he's being unpeaceful. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The practice rings are called rattan rings. They're made out of a rattan, rattan, and that's a special bamboo. It's very hard. You know what I'm saying? If you can't afford a dummy, you get that first, because in Wing Chun you're not flying out. You're not punching outside like that. You're not doing that. And the only time your elbow goes up is for the bunks out, right? So everything is in here. All your energy is coming into that triangle. You know how I tell you, like in OSHA, you do your OSHA 30, and they're telling you got to lift the box, though, use your center of gravity here. So they know about the triangle of power, right? And a rattan ring will keep your hands used to being in that small space. Because the idea is not one big blow, but many blows in one concentrated area, you know? And the idea of that is that they'll be fast, and it could lead to defense if you need to stop. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And the rattan ring keeps that closeness, practices to keep that closeness. You know what I'm saying? And so if you can't afford a dummy, and they got dummy, my dummy has been great, and it's not a wooden dummy, it's an iron dummy with wooden limbs, and it's it only cost me like $370,
Mm.
and it has lasted for years.
How do you feel about the disrespectful bombing instead of pulling a bro or sis aside?
There are people that have been very mad at, you know what I'm saying? And I still pull them aside. If you disrespect me in the classroom, like, and I have the feeling that there's no point of no return, I will bomb you in such a way where I'm using you as a tool to teach the rest of the students, you know?
Mhm.
But if somebody is doing something wrong and stuff like that, and they're just in the wrong, you know, I always just tell them nicely, you know what I'm saying? And if you can, though, it's always good to pull them to the side, you know what I'm saying? Right? Shit, I know that, Inf, man. You had to push your way through shit, you know? I mean, I just know, I already know.
Yeah.
You know?
What makes a good student?
Someone, I always say this all the time, a student is someone who's willing to be wrong about anything at any moment. If they have that mentality, they can always learn. And that is also good mentality for dealing with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Woman who thinks that they know it all, right? She can go over there and ball. You know what I'm saying? Right? She can go out the door.
So, Wise asks, the guy Sunez, does he acknowledge Victor Moore, who battled Bruce Lee and landed multiple shots on him?
First off, right? If you study Bruce Lee, right, you got to read the Tao of Kung Fu, because the sincerity, the humility of Bruce Lee is something that does not come across in the mythologizing. You know? So like the idea that somebody would fight him and then they get some blows on him, they make it like that's like, oh my goodness, he never, every fighter gets hit. You know what I'm saying? Even Mayweather got hit, right? But he didn't get hit that much, right?
Yeah.
But even right, and
Never
mind you,
hit the pavement.
that's still in a set ring. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But in the real life brawls where people trying to take Bruce Lee out and trying to challenge him and stuff like that, there's always going to be a moment where he gets hit and stuff like that, you know. But from what I know, he was a superb fighter. You know, if you want to argue about who's the best and stuff, that's not really how I judge it. I judge, as a teacher, I judge it by those who were great fighters who were able to educate about how to fight, because that means that they knew the philosophy. And for me, in the 20th century, it will be Bruce Lee, and then also Morihei Ueshiba, right, who founded Aikido, right? And Steven Seagal has not ruined that for me yet, but and founded
Yeah.
Aikido because his writings, like the Art of Peace, It's one of my favorite books. We talk about my favorite books. If I had to just pick one, probably pick that one.
Mm.
Probably pick that one.
Yeah,
When-
growing up, we used to say that Bruce Lee was the greatest fighter ever, and he can whoop everybody's ass and all
And
kinds of
it's most likely true. And he was, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that somebody can't put the licks on him, you know what I'm saying? And get some shit in. You know what I mean?
So speaking on that, someone asked Michael J. White if he could beat Bruce Lee. He said, "Of course." So,
Michael J. White, I think he's dope. But all of his fight concepts about what he thinks is a great fighter is really just brawn, and it's all Americana. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
So for him, though, because he's bigger than Bruce Lee, he knows that one of his punches would have hurt Bruce Lee. And it's like
people got mad at him for
you got,
saying,
yeah, they're gonna get mad at him because they idolize Bruce Lee. But I think that's all bullshit. I don't really bear witness to that mentality. And he says that a lot and stuff, and I disagree with. Your brawn is not going to be the best thing in the fight, though. And
Mhm.
a lot of people with brawn don't realize how slow they are moving when we look at them. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
If you have my build and you're moving quick, fighters like that look like they're moving in slow motion. So yeah, that would your blow here would knock me out, sure. But you got to get it there first.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that people don't understand that Bruce Lee's speed and his eyes, the most important martial tool, the eyes, they were so fast that they were able to see things and anticipate so well. So I think it's all bullshit. But I will say this though. Moria Yeshiba, if you study his life though, it rivals the legacy of Bruce Lee. So there was just great fighters everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Some of the fighters that learned from Bruce Lee became legendary. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, in this case, I judge a martial artist by what they teach, how they're able to teach, and also how they're able to share the principles, the righteous principles of it. And I think Bruce Lee was a great in that. You know what I'm saying? Thought he was incredible. You know.
Tell Keith Jikundo was great by Bruce Lee.
It's a great book, and I still don't think it's as good as the Tao of Kung Fu. That's the more important book from Bruce Lee.
Do you ever give up on a student?
All the time, all the time,
I
all the
thought
time.
you was going to say never.
Yeah, never. This is not. Yeah, this is not a movie. This isn't like a movie where we go. I never give up on a student. He's the teacher in the streets. And they just killed Johnny, but he's gonna teach Ralph. Like
you shook your head. It was like
listen,
I thought you was gonna.
I give students chances though.
Mhm,
I don't give up on a student though without giving them parting gifts though.
mhm,
So every student I've said, listen, you're not learning here. You need to go. They've gotten so many jewels that when they look back, they got something,
mhm.
and they either know they can't use it because they're too weak, or they use it and I never hear about it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you have to give up on a student because I'm teaching many people. You know what I'm saying? You have to have an opportunity cost, though. You think I'm gonna spend time trying to just teach this knucklehead here?
Mm.
No, that's not how it works.
As Sunez, what I'm saying is Bruce Lee had impeccable timing, yet didn't have impeccable speed. There's a difference.
Well, how do you know he didn't have impeccable speed, though? The whole in the movies he was in, just like say, for example, the movies he was in, they had to change the whole speed roll. You know what I'm saying? The speed rolls at the time that they filmed couldn't catch him. I don't know where you're getting that about his speed being slow. It's not a fact. Yeah, it's not a fact.
So did he
And,
had
and
like did he
yeah, and I
have
think
a whole bunch of documented real fights with real great fighters?
from what I know, they were good. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these movies. Let's look at the movies though. In the movies though, a lot of those extras were real fighters. You know what I'm saying? They were real fighters though. That in that time though, you couldn't do martial arts movies though unless you had like real martial training.
Yeah.
Like people like Jackie Chan and stuff like that. They were real martial arts. They were
Yeah.
real martial artists. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They wasn't. So we're going like this, that, but like, You know, they were real martial artists, and they were challenging regularly, and they had more than just bragging rights to win out of that. If they could beat Bruce Lee, they could be noticed. They could get on. If they get noticed and they were handsome enough, they could be put into these movies in a bigger role.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of benefit to beating the shit out of Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? And beating him to a pulp did not happen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you're separating things that don't make sense. If someone has impeccable timing, that means they have impeccable speed. Because to say that they don't have speed means that you're saying that they're moving by just guesswork. It's not what he was doing. I'm telling you that he was seeing the blow as it comes. You know, you don't do the martial arts like that on that level, and you're just guessing where that blow is coming. Though, nah, it's not guesswork. The timing is guesswork. You know what I'm saying? That's not timing.
Peaceful Law School of Mecca in here and all the gods and earths. So peace, knowledge born. He just recently got on the channel, and yeah, so peace to him. Didn't you say you wanted to build with Sunez and talk to him? You've been waiting to build with him. So
I'm here. I'm here. Let me know. Let me know. Y'all got me all night here.
at Wise, that was Vlad who asked Michael Jai White that, and yes, he brought up his weight. Yeah, well, you know, there's weight classes for a reason.
Yeah, you know, nobody would believe that stuff until they do Chinese kung fu. You know what I'm saying? And when you really do Chinese kung fu and you know your breath work, then you know that there's a lot of formidableness in fighters that have builds that are totally unimpressive. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So remember, his teacher Ip Man though was known as a force, and Ip Man was about my height and a lot
He was a
skinnier.
little, he was a
You know
little,
what I'm saying? A lot skinnier. You know, that's why in the Ip Man movies, Donnie Yen had to make himself look like very thin. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But there's all type of fighters. You know what I'm saying? There's all type
Indeed.
of fighters. You know?
Peace, God. All right. So Bruce Lee was the man. Peace, knowledge. Peace,
It's like in
Almighty.
real life, though. If we just assume that any featherweight, right? I'd be a featherweight at my weight, definitely. A featherweight or a welterweight. You know what I'm saying? You know, couldn't match up though if he had to, like, fight a guy that was of a weight class of a heavyweight weight class. In real life, shit happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you don't
Yeah.
have the rules of the ring, though, that make the weight class um the end all be all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. See, people forget though that when you're bigger though, you got more to hit. I
Yeah.
don't think other big people don't notice that. They don't notice that until they get hit, you know? Right? And
Yeah.
a person of my build, I have a very low center of gravity though. It's not as easy to get. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not
Yeah.
as easy, you know.
I see that.
So we all
Yeah.
have our different advantages, you know what I'm saying?
I look forward to attending soon the Law School of Mecca. Hey, knowledge born. Where you at again? I wasn't expecting that answer yet. I get it now. Yeah. All right.
That happens a lot when I answer.
That's a fact, especially the scene when Bruce Lee and Enter the Dragon was with all the other fighters preparing. You can catch a few different well-known
Yeah,
fighters
yeah.
there.
If you do the fighters, they're a lot of them are real fighters. They could really fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And fighting too, you know, like look, fighting is difficult, man. Fighting is like the Super Bowl. You know, you can have a great team and a lesser team, but the great team has an off day, and somebody else won the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? It's one
Yeah.
game. It's always one game. You know.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm just repeating what Stevie Sanders said. Bruce Lee had impeccable. Okay.
Again, from what I've seen, I disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with that. You know? So where would the speed be in? Where would the speed be in? We're talking about speed of hands, his hand speed, all that. You know,
His kicks were extremely fast. They were fast.
you know. So yeah, and again, look, his students though, his major students that learned from him, that carried this on, they say otherwise. You know what I'm saying? So you know, right? I don't know. I don't see it. From what I've seen, I don't see it though. I think it's a moot point too. You know what I'm saying? Definitely think it's a moot point.
How do you see growing up or growing with a queen who has the knowledge and conversely, uh, that okay? Um, were you going to finish that? Uh, when are you getting the 7 dots?
I gotta get to the Buddhist temple first, man.
Oh, so I wanted to ask. You talk about Chinese kung fu. Do you see that traveled from Africa? Is that something that has been confirmed in your studies?
I think they're, you know what, when they say like, oh, it all started here, it all started there. Fighting forms are very logic based. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They're very logic based. And then even looking at other animals and how they move and how they defeat their prey is very logic based. So I could see fighting styles developing randomly in different places by themselves at all times. So I
Okay.
need more to say like, oh, this Chinese kung fu it just came from Africa, you know, and then they show some pictures on the wall of a guy doing something, you know what I'm saying? Some
Yeah.
hieroglyphics. It's not enough for me because even if that was the case, and all praises due, right? It has a root there. But what was done in China is so vast and so detailed that I feel like sometimes this lack of scholarship, where it doesn't have that much detail, is just being used to take away things from the original people out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the credit that they deserve for developing it in such a way is profound and unique to what they did. You know what I'm saying? It's unique.
Hmm.
You know, and be clear. A lot of the sciences, like especially Qi Kung, the energy work, those ancient texts aren't even translated yet. You know, this is something that Dr. Wang Zhangling speaks about all the time in his books about Qigong. You know, that what he's sharing with you, and he shared a lot, is just surface material. There's so much more to translate,
Hmm.
you know? So that's why I feel like that scholarship needs to be more detailed. You know what I'm saying? You can't just point, say, look, they got two people fighting on this wall. They started martial arts. Man, come on, man. That's not enough for me. You know what I'm saying? It's not enough.
I would literally be a welterweight, born your truth. I've beating dudes bigger than me. Have they had that training like you have? God Cypher Divine? Are
I
you
mean,
talk about street?
they got that work though.
So
They didn't have the training, but they got that work though.
peace to both of you guys, Wise and Sunez. Tonight I'm just shutting up and listening to important stuff. Nah, that's the first rule of the 5%. Do the knowledge. Putting my kids to bed again, so not able to get in. So I did a build, right? Alive, and it was does the 5% have rules?
Have what?
Rules.
Okay.
So coming up early on, when I was getting the knowledge of self, there were some people that say the 5% don't have rules. I'm God, so I don't follow rules. I
I've
don't
heard
have rules.
I've heard similar things like that. Yeah,
Yeah. How do you see that, G?
that's all bullshit. That's all people just trying to do what they feel like doing. You know what I'm saying? Being an
Mhm.
asshole. Want to be an asshole, and I don't bear witness to it. You know, because no, we don't have rules and regulations like that, but we do have morals, ethos, and ethos. We have principles. You know what I'm saying? And those principles are constantly shown and proven when we deal with mathematics. So nah, I'm not with that shit. People just want to be the religious version of God, a worship deity. They're not dealing with this knowledge of self.
Mhm.
I've dealt with people have come into the school with all types of shit like that over the years, where they just want to. I literally had one guy walk in and said, I want to be, I deserve to be, worshipped. So teach me why I'm God, you know? And like I said, I don't teach every student, right?
Yeah.
Guess what happened to him? He got kicked out. You know what I'm saying? I was like Martin though. I was like, get to stepping,
Get the
and
get the step.
you
Yeah.
know, because then I know someone like that is already showing that they don't have the heart for like and the humanity to
Mhm.
deal with the creation that is filled with humans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Cause I had a build in this cipher over here, and we at a parliament, and we had a discussion about that. And I was like, "Look, man, my 18th principle is rule of rulers. So, that's in my
Yeah.
alphabet."
You know, my thing is that these rules, the rules are just adaptable to the time and place,
Mhm.
and they cannot be without principles, or
Mhm.
else they're just, they're mundane rules. You know.
Indeed. How have you grown and developed in your years of being a mentor and teacher at 21, 22?
Um, I'm probably more calm, even more so than when I started. Um,
You had to deal with a lot of people.
yeah, I think I probably know quicker what students need than when I started, and just like anything, you try to do things more efficiently. And I would like to think that I'm able to teach more people more efficiently. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like to think. Hopefully it's true, right?
Indeed. Uh, can we say kung fu or the original body language, a form of expression, is an original in Oka? Oh, coordinates.
That phraseology, the original body language or expression, is something that Bruce Lee said in the Tao of Kung Fu. He said that Kung Fu is the your true form of expression. Expressing yourself naturally and truthfully. You know, right? So I'd certainly see that. You know, Bruce Lee said that.
Is there a big difference teaching a woman than a man?
Of course there is, Malik. You know that. Like the God, big divine that returns to the essence. He used to be like, these women are stiff necked, rebellious, eye rolling, too sucking, never working. Right? Um, yeah, the woman is different than teaching the man because, um, you know, you're saying a man though, so I'm saying like you're saying like teaching an adult male. When I teach anyone that's grown, I let them to their own devices. They got to be on their own. They got to do this. Um, they got to have the responsibility to do shit. With a woman, though, it depends. You kind of got to hold their hand, though. And I'm not saying women that's going to be mine. I'm saying women that you teach this knowledge, though, because a lot of women have had difficulties learning things and knowledge. Let's keep it real. Knowledge or the presentation or the giving of knowledge, even if it wasn't knowledge, but just the presentation of it, um, was always given as a sexual present. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real.
Mm,
You
mm.
know, and I think that many women feel comfortable learning with me um, because if they're in the classroom, I don't just be kicking it. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean that my female students have all been ugly. You know what I'm saying? Just in case you want to go there. But
Oogly. They be oogly.
yeah, so it's okay. You're really ugly. I'll teach you. No, not like that. In fact, many of them have been beautiful. But the key is that I just like for the young man, I want the young woman to have a place in a sanctuary. You know, there's one thing that the church does that isn't a mystery. For many people, it becomes a sanctuary. But the
Mhm.
place where the knowledge of self, the truth is, can't be a sanctuary from the oppression and the bullshit outside. They should have a safe haven. That's what I said. The school is a laboratory where they experiment with what they are learning, the truth they learn. Like Gandhi said, he experiments with truth and they learn. They need to be safe, have a safe place in there. But where they're the only uncomfortability that they have, the only discomfort that they have is that they're being challenged to learn new things. That should be the discomfort that they have. Not the discomfort to fail miserably, not the discomfort of being made advances to, and that they're only going to get it if they get with me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're learning. You got to have a God. You know what I'm saying? That can't be. And I think especially in a law school in Mecca, I think that they should be able to walk freely there. You know what I'm saying?
So any of those female students ever try to draw you up? Try
Um,
to
all the time. Yeah, all the time.
all
Um,
the favorites, you see?
listen, there are female students that they're not sure, and they're gonna friend zone me immediately. Like they're gonna pre-friend zone me. I'm like, listen, I'm not even. I wasn't. I don't. I'm
Yeah.
like this while they're talking. I'm like, no, I don't want you. Like.
Yeah.
So, but they pre-friend zone. Just in case. You know what I'm saying? They got a friend zone. This is how women are. And we look at it as a negative, but it should be a negative based on us, though. This is what they've had to deal with. And I understand that, but if women if it's the other way around, though, I don't know, the woman that I deal with has to sincerely want to deal with this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So if they're just there to try to get with me, you know what I'm saying? There's so many easier ways to do that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta go through my most difficult class. You know what I'm saying? And learn that, you could just, DM me or some shit,
But they would have to learn this anyway, right? Because you're not dealing with anyone that's not.
Not on a serious level, though. Not on a
Okay.
serious level,
Yeah.
We could do a couple of R&B videos. You know what I'm saying? we could do some Johnny Gill, videos. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying. But nah. But seriously speaking, like for the school, that's it's for. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. Yeah. So
because if a woman was like that and they decide they'll still come to class, but if that woman is trying to have a relationship with me, definitely she's got to learn outside the classroom with me anyway.
Yeah.
And that's the thing for most students anyway. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be learning outside of the classroom a lot of things that I'm not going to teach them in the classroom. Not because it's not for the classroom, but because they're just not going to get it there. You know what I'm saying? They may not get it there.
Peace. Wow. Wise got the God running late in the streets.
Yeah. I today's not a training day, so I woke up a little later. I've been awake since 5
Yeah.
8 around there.
I've been up since like 3:30.
It's great.
It's 6:30 your time. As soon as that's from the Bible, women being stiff-necked, yet you said, pardon self, my comments are getting cut off, God. That's peace.
Nah, that's all right, God. Yeah, the God Big Divine used to say that all the time. Though. So it was hilarious the way he said it too. His thing went much longer than that, though. I can't even remember all this stuff. I used to start adding stuff that he didn't even say just to make it funnier. You know what I'm saying? We say many of those who know, like he knows, are returning and they're replacements of your students. I don't look at it like that. I think we carry on the legacy, but I don't think people like him could be replaced. You know what I'm saying? No elder I've ever learned with could be replaced. And I would hope that people don't see me as a replacement for any of these great legends. You know what I'm saying? It's something new that we're doing.
Is Knowledge Me still around?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's peace. How would how would you feel if you're the oldest in your tree?
I mean, that day would come, right?
Yeah.
Saying that day would come, it'd be a great honor. It'd be a great honor to have that.
I talked to Darkim. He's the oldest in his tree.
Yeah.
And in my tree, the oldest is Lord Just.
Yeah, no, obviously Knowledge Me is alive, and But my tree is big. I consider saving knowledge in my tree. I consider, many others in my tree. So, but if we're talking about enlightener, who gave this, my Nazmi is alive and well. So
Oh yeah.
blessing. So,
Yeah,
but yeah.
Lord just taught save your knowledge.
That's peace. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you met Lord Just?
I never met him. I never met him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I know of him though. But yeah, no, like eventually, if we build and we stay healthy, like things will happen. You know.
Oh, speaking of that, I remember what I think it was a live or a video. I think it was an interview with Imp where you said your students have to work out. You don't.
I'm a pain in the ass though. Um,
Yeah, like you won't have an obese student. They have
I,
to work on it.
I mean, there are brothers I know that are obese in this nation, and I love them. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is though that they themselves know that they have this work to do, and it must be done. So if I take young students, absolutely, the young student will be chastised. You know what I'm saying? This is a warrior curriculum. This isn't for people, that is like, oh, I know, I got the knowledge though, and then they're just eating, 20 bags of Doritos. You know,
Twenty
nah,
bags of
yeah, that's not. Got to be a little bit more serious with this thing. You know what I'm saying?
divine seed, truthful law. Okay, who's that? All right. Who are some of the gods on earth that had an impact on you?
You, God, you, Malik, you. How about you? Every student I've taught has an impact on me. They change the way I look at things. They change what I think about how I speak and how well it resonates and stuff like that. But as far as elders and greats, a lot of everybody I mentioned, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely, so many. You know what I'm saying?
What's the one rap album that had the biggest impact on you?
Oh, definitely Wu Tang Forever. You know what I'm saying?
Wu Tang Forever.
It's always been my favorite album. Always.
Mm. And who's your favorite Wu?
That I could say it fluctuates, but the people that influence the way I write the most is definitely RZA and Jizza.
Mm-hmm.
I write a very concentrated word. That's
Mm-hmm.
why it comes out like that. I put a lot into a small amount of words, and Jizza writes that way. Half short, twice strong. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And RZA, like I still think that RZA 1997, what he was rapping with Gravediggers and with Wu Tang Forever. And then you can add, some of the 96 as well. But that era, no one has been more deeper lyrically than RZA in that era. You know, no one, not even Karis One. The concentration of what he was giving us in 1997 was, you know, otherworldly. You said I 10/10. Those are good brothers right there. Piece of Jolo. You know what I'm saying? Good brothers. I had an interview with I years ago, and the tape got ruined with, magnetic. It got magnetized somehow, and I lost it. But
Do you think RZA gets overshadowed lyrically?
I actually think he gets overshadowed in everything. People make these producer lists, and they don't even put RZA when he should be number one easily. The purpose of music, though, is to make classic albums.
Yeah.
So a producer's goal is to draw out the best of the MC and make a classic. No one's done that with more MCs, more times than RZA. He's done it with more MCs, right? At least Ray, Ghost, Jizza, Old Dirty, right? And he's done it with a group twice at least.
Mm-hmm.
So no one's done that. You know what I'm saying? No one has that accolade. People they'll say like, "Oh, Jay Dilla's the greatest producer." Jay Dilla has the most technique on many levels, but he's not the best producer. That's not what a producer does.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A producer's role is to make a classic album. That's their role. And the only way to make a classic hip hop album is to draw out the best of the MC. That's far and away always RZA. No one's even close with that. You know?
Indeed. Love and memory of freedom, Allah. Peace.
That's right. Freedom Allah. Peace of Papa Wu.
Yeah.
Last thing Papa Wu told me was I love you. What a great way to remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was dynamic, you know.
A lot of our brothers and sisters returning.
That's right. That's right. It's so many greats. Like Umala, Allah B, like all these people had a hand in helping me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, I had to push my way out. A lot of these people were pushing people for me. You know what I'm saying? You know? Yeah, so hell, even in recent times, some of them they had to check that troll. Remember when the troll was trying to contact the elders to get me exiled? You know what I'm saying? They were
Yeah.
the God elders was coming up to me saying, "Yo, who is this person?" And I had to explain the situation. They're like, "Oh man." I remember, what was it, Ron Do? He was so tight. He was like, "I don't have time for this shit."
Man, I think he's secretly your biggest fan.
Yeah, it's funny because I give autographs, so you can just get one of those.
Nah, man, look. It's a bad example, but old girl that did Selena is one of her biggest fans.
Yeah. It's a shame though, because I'm teaching the world that everyone need only do the work to find their greatest talent, and it'll expose all of their supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're busy looking at what I'm doing instead of taking the jewels and say, "The hell with Sunez. He dropped some jewel there. I'm going to use that and never look for him again. Because if you don't like me, I really would rather you exile me in your mind. That's the best place to exile me. Because you ain't going to be able to do it in real life.
Yeah.
So you exile me in your mind. Just do what you do."
That's a lot of energy. What inspires you when you are down or in a funk?
Number one, I definitely would have to say my children, right? And I'd be like, how dare I be in the funk? You know what I'm saying? They have so much life to live, though. I want to put them in the positions that they could be happy and everything. And you know what? I'm going to keep it real with you. I told you I'm a non-custodial parent. I don't get to raise my children. I get to see them, infrequently, right? Every 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying? Some of the summer, things like that. And when I'm in a funk, I realize that those children, no matter what I do, they have it harder than me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not. I don't feel comfortable in the funk. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel comfortable in the
Peace.
funk. You know, and all the things that I love to do, I learned a long time ago. If I get into a funk or I get upset or angry, that takes away from the energy to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's important to me. It's important to me to do all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Indeed. What advice would you give the brothers and sisters getting the knowledge now, the future 5%?
Because everything's so digital, something is going to get taken digital. And so they have to be even better at discernment. They have to be better at giving themselves good tasks. If they're not around an elder, like I guess I'll say myself, that's going to give them the right task. So they have to be hard on themselves to give that certain task. You know what I'm saying? And they have to be forthright that if they're going to deal with this knowledge and say, "I'm the true and living God, I'm the true and living earth," then they have to keep speaking to themselves as if they are the earth, as if they are the God at all times when no one is around. That's the strength of the teaching. That's the strength of how one has adhered to any teaching of worth, is how well they do it on their alone. And again, that's not my understanding. That's Confucius. He said that. Right?
Indeed. So, do you guys have any more questions for Sunez? You good on time?
I'm good. Yeah, I still got these books. You know what I mean? I got the Reel of 2022 out now. Um, that one took everything I heard in 2022, over 500 albums, probably 506. No, not even 600 albums. And
You said you got the book, right? Could you put it up?
the new one I don't have. I still haven't gotten my copies yet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay,
But everybody that ordered from me, their copy is out. They're
okay.
getting
That's
it's
crazy.
coming soon. Don't anybody that's listening is like, yo, I ordered that shit and he didn't.
Yeah.
Every single open order I have of any book is out. So you know
Mhm.
what I'm saying?
Who do you
Uh,
go through to publish to print your books?
strictly Amazon. Amazon.
Oh, KDP.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I do with mine. Ooh, okay. What does Sunez think about Lord Jamar's 5% album?
I never cared for the way he rapped on it. I thought it, and I was trying to think to myself, was it innovative? Because he slowed down the rhymes so much. You know what I'm saying? Um, so it's sometimes a difficult album to listen to because slowing it down so much made it sound preachy. So it's a little preachy for me.
Mhm.
The insert book is filled with bullshit sourcing because he used what's his grafted man's name? Michael Muhammad Knight though to write that, which is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Um, but it's a good album. It has good music on it. You know what I'm saying? You know?
I'm waiting for the 7 dots for real, for real.
Right?
You look like Krillin.
Yeah. But,
You know, you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
nah, I don't watch.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
My oldest is into anime. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing my best. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my best. I watch a couple of them. Like I've seen some of them, but I haven't seen everything. You know what I'm saying? There's so
Yeah,
many. There's so much.
DBZ was out in the 80s.
Yeah, there's so much anime out there. It's crazy how much there is.
Yeah.
I didn't know the world was like that. She's like, I'm watching One Piece, and I was like, okay, how many episodes? It's like, oh, it's got about 300 or something like that. And I'm like,
It's like 1,000.
yeah, I'm like,
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
There's no part.
There
There's
are
no
other
point.
shows. Yeah, because I like to watch different things, so I wouldn't be able to get. But I heard it's a good show. You know,
Yeah.
what
It's
was the one
hella.
I saw? Damn, I can't remember the name of it though.
Too many errors. Too many errors. Eric B and Rakim paid in full.
My daughter has me watching Hero Academia. My Hero Academia. It's pretty
Oh
good.
yeah, that was good. I like the first season.
Yeah,
Yeah. Eric
paid in
B.
full. Was somebody? Yeah, was somebody asked? Well, yeah, I asked about. I think I still think Paid in Full is worthy of being the greatest album of all time. You know what I'm saying? I also think Cuban Links is worthy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is
Oh, okay, yeah. Too many errors in the Lord Jamar album.
I don't know if the songs had errors, but the liner notes did. You know what I'm saying? The liner notes did. And that's because he used Michael Muhammad Knight. Shouldn't have done that. You know?
Yeah. Why would a 5%er do that?
Yeah. I've always
Oh, gee, you got to connect your devices. It says devices not connected. Peace, true self, peace. And look,
I speak for the five facility, dude.
um,
damn, my shit went off like that. What happened here?
yeah. So you 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 had to connect your mic or your stuff. Now I put you back in, but your video's not on. Can you hear me? Erica Badu on and on. She born straight knowledge on this track. I that's why I call him Flawed Jamar. Damn. Hey, look. Ninja Scroll. Indeed. So Sunez, you need to connect your devices. Yeah, so Ninja Scroll. Yeah, my favorite, one of my favorites is Overlord, Naruto. Yo, G, can you hear me?
I could hear you. Yeah, I'm just having trouble with the camera. I don't know how the camera disconnects like that. So I'm trying to figure it out. Let's see here. Because this happens in the YouTube, but I don't know how to figure it out in here. So
Jamar just celebrated the 30th anniversary of the. Oh, he got out completely. So if there's anyone, oh whoops, it's been a long time since I invited someone. So soon, yes, if you can come back on the live by link, clicking the link. If you're still on. Oh, there he is.
yeah, I had to leave because it does that, and I didn't. I have to figure it out, but yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, so no,
Have you?
I was you talking about Lord Jamal and they're throwing the darts, but yeah, he just became totally disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to like get into all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we know what he did. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty well documented how he just went off the rails there.
Yep.
You'd be surprised what people do when they need that new market. You know what I'm saying? And when you study Harlem being that place where all the religions go to pitch themselves, he followed a very normal routine that happens. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, a very normal routine that happens out there in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in Mecca, all these competing ideas, and you know, you're looking for your niche though spiritually to kick it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he did what they've been doing on the Harlem streets, you know, and he did it digitally. You know what I'm saying? Let me take a piece of this, a piece of that. Let me mutate this a little bit so it's my own shit. You know? It's
I
too
didn't. Yeah, I didn't know they did that in Mecca in Harlem.
when you go to Harlem and you're out there and you know in the street like that, that's where you get every religion, everything that's ever pitched to you, you know, and everything that you see online about Black Power and all that had its origins and had its developments out there. You know what I'm saying? The Signetters, all of these people, you know what I'm saying? They was pitching their bullshit and they're pitching their mutations. How is it gonna sell more? Okay, I gotta be more pro-black. It'll sell more this way. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say more evil shit about white people, though. You know what I'm saying? You know, I gotta say that they have scaly skin, you know, and they turn into lizards at night. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Anunnaki and shit.
right? Yeah. So like, this is what they doing, yeah. Like, so you know, it has its effects. You know what I'm saying? It has its effects. You know, and I think that what Lord Jamal did with the podcast is the same thing. It's the same thing that Harlem does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Once
Just
he
like,
was
yeah,
once he
you
was
got.
beefing with Vlad, he needed some way to pull people in.
That's right. Once you got us, though, but you also got that bullshit too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so we got All School of Thoughts. Word is Bond, brand new, being as a classic. Was MF Doom a 5%er?
No, no, he wasn't though, but not as we are, but because so much of the teachings that he was getting were basically like ripped off from us. He learned the language and he was with the gods, you know what I'm saying? So he's speaking that language, you know what I'm saying? So in many ways, yes, you could say, but not in a totally sloppy route, that it goes through. But all of the teachings he was getting was basically, versions of us, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out Dr. Pork. All right.
Yeah,
Peace, Young Dub.
right on
Welcome
cue,
to the channel.
young Dub. Yeah.
Is he from your channel?
I don't think I've seen young Dub before in my
Oh,
class.
okay. Okay, that's peace. Oh, okay. So one question I wanted to ask you is doing the peace course for so long in the physical.
Okay.
Oh, were you saying something?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so doing the peace course in the physical for so long, and then like COVID hit, you moved to digital. Did you move digitally or doing the lives before that, or was it because of that?
No, it was because of COVID. Yeah.
All right, so how do you see the difference with that? Because you're doing both, right now.
There's a big difference, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
In doing both at the same time. Um, I think it is necessary. I really do. It's something that people asked me before COVID hit.
Hmm.
And I think that I'm trying to keep an intimacy with the people that are streaming, but I'm also trying to keep that special intimacy of worth, though, of coming to the school, to the student.
Yeah.
So sometimes the session will be open a little later, like if there's a new student and he's in the classroom. Um, so it's all a balance. You know what I'm saying? I'm still learning. I'm still perfecting it. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is that at the end of each session, though, I think that hopefully they are worthy on the rewind. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And that the people that went to the school to learn with me continue to get the service that they merit. So I think it's been good. I think it's been good because the school needs to be known that we're doing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're doing stuff. And a lot of people don't know that when there weren't any classes, there were still elders fixing the school, going to the school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
That was internet noise we just heard, which occurs during monitoring.
That's okay though. Because if the FBI don't have files on me, they're not doing a good job. Right?
They doing a terrible job. Doom had knowledge. How has being a vegan helped you? You talking to me or Sunez? Sunez, you're vegan?
A long time too, since 1996.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
See.
In my classroom, I've always taught a living foods vegan protocol, and I've been teaching that since I started. You know what I mean? So I was definitely the first at the school to have that in the curriculum. To teach it
Mhm.
overtly, and the I just saw the well, I don't know if somebody was disagreeing with me about the Doom thing. Um, Doom wasn't in the nation, like he wasn't in our nation. You know what I'm saying? He was around 5%ers, just like he was around Nubians, and he was more formally inducted into the Nubian shit. You know what I'm saying? But he had knowledge, like he knew. You know what I'm saying? Right? Um, and he certainly wrote his history. It was one of the best things. You know, and I think that at the time, at the Ansars back then, they were grafting so much of our shit. You was gonna know the language that we was talking. You know what I'm saying? They was
Mhm.
grafting a lot of shit at that time. So
Yeah.
language sounds similar and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that. How
What I'm
much
saying
of
is like he could be around a 5%er and understand what we were saying. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
You know?
I was gonna ask a question like this whole Hotep and all that stuff coming up in the 2000s, and you said a lot of the knowledge or a lot of the religions go to Mecca to push their shit. How much of the 5% influence you think gave these people like the knowledge itself, like they got the civilization, the righteousness. They didn't get the knowledge of themselves
We're in
like
the,
us.
that we're in the categories, right? Because a lot came out of the NOI, and that was in Harlem, and it's all spirituality. In other words, what are people's answers about the spiritual questions about what God is, who created this, our origins in the universe, etc., etc.
Mhm.
So when I say that, though, whether they're right or wrong, people are all Harlem has become a place where people have been able to share their views and pitch their views for money, for sustenance, hustle, about what God is. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Mm.
Okay, that's Peace Mighty Rich. I wasn't sure what you were saying. That's what
Okay.
it was for me. But that's Peace. But yeah, yeah.
So you see the influence that we had on other people.
I think so, yeah. Because we have such an effective way of teaching. Our pedagogy for sure has been adapted.
Mhm.
Just like NOI though. NOI be like on some knowledge, wisdom, understanding. That's not the way you said it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah. Peace, God. Like what?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's peace. Indeed. Indeed. Does anybody want to do you mind if anyone come on and ask you questions?
I have no problem with that. Yeah.
This will be the first time I ever did it because normally I just keep it me and the person. But if anyone wants to come on and ask Sunez questions, there's the link. I'm open it up. So if you want to ask Sunez a question, ask him is he the international representative of polo?
Is that a real question?
No, that's what some I was just throwing.
Yeah.
So, are you the biggest fan of polo?
Not even close. I said I'm a low life. We respect what we're doing, what we're creating, and this is the uniform. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? People complain, but it's an adaptive uniform. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to wear these clothes and look fly. I'm able to wear these clothes and be suitable for work. You know what I'm saying? I can wear it in the office, or I can wear it in the street. You know, it looks dignified. You know what I'm saying? Um, Nobody bothered the father because he was wearing a suit, right? Nobody said, "Oh, you're wearing this European suit or whatever like that," right? Nobody did that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of bullshit I hear people saying. You know,
Is that actually stitched on? Like you?
this is me doing a stitch, yeah, right here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Indeed. I see.
I said the lone low life with the home sewn garment.
Mm, Her Majesty, peace, peace.
Peace.
All right. So, I know you built on this before. But what was the low life?
The low lives were really a gang that started to boost clothing to survive. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and they would get in the clothes not just to look fly, but they was really getting it to feed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and eventually they started to steal the polo because the polo was seasonal. They made new stuff all year round. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? They made new clothes all year round. There was things to take all year round. You know, and because it
Mm-hmm.
was sturdy clothing, because it was well made, it also looked fly and it allowed them to sell things that would last a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This gave them clothes that last a long time, had a lot of prestige, and then they became, it got into the streets, it got hustled, you know what I'm saying? And it led to crimes from other people because it was criminal. It also led to them doing other crimes, many of them, you know what I'm saying? But they also were very immersed in hip hop. And eventually, when they started to come back, many of them started to do hip hop and extend, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of that has to do with people like Thurston Howe. You know,
Was that around the time you came in when they were doing
oh,
hip hop or
this all
before?
happened way before. You know what I'm saying? My involvement in the beginning was just like any journalist, just covering it, having
Okay.
relationships. You know what I'm saying? But in the 2000, since the 2010s, I've been the one writing about all of this underground, all of this great music, and nobody else is covering it, and in the right way. And you know, so many of the low lives were endeared to me, and as they expanded into being a real hip hop organization, they asked me to be part of it. You know what I'm saying? Right? And I saw that back and forth, and I saw that back and forth, and it was hypocritical to the bone. You know what I'm saying? Um, People talk about corporate clothing though, and they want to say that they're making their own clothing though, but they're not. And they want to say like they're stitching their own shit, but they're lying. You know what I'm saying? They're not in the cotton field. They didn't get the cotton and produce it through the machine. They're getting fabrics that are bought from somebody. Unless you own Champion, don't tell me about the clothes you make it, because you're stitching shit onto Champion sweaters. You know what I'm saying? So unless you own Champion, I don't know what you're talking about. And
Yeah.
it's all peace though. You know what I'm saying? It's all peace. Um, I think I'm okay with it because it means that I'm putting my ensemble. You know what I'm saying? My ensemble is right. Is working. It's noticeable. But I think people are just trying to find excuses, and instead of finding, I think it's pitiful if people criticize and say those are your principles. They're not mine because I'm not in that group. So basically, you don't have any principles that you hold yourself to, and the
Hmm.
higher principles. Since we hold to higher principles, we get to be criticized. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's that Monday morning quarterback life skills that's being taught now. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Where your life skills are based on criticizing others though, and doing very little of yourself, and keeping yourself away from being noticed is a contradiction. You know, but before I wore all this polo, everything I was wearing had massive contradictions. You know what I'm saying? Everything. So you're gonna tell me that the Mets hat or the Nike gear is filled with corporation? You know what I'm saying? Right? Corporations that exploit are worn every day by us. You know what I'm saying? People have criticized me while they wear Nazi shoes. You know, they're walking around with Adidas and they're walking around with Puma, and they're telling me about the clothes I'm wearing. They're wearing sports gear made by Adidas. They're wearing sports gear made by Under Armour, who's racist as fuck. You know?
Hmm.
So I find it pathetic that people say that when I'm literally at this point wearing the only designer that actually reached out to people that he didn't have to, that
Hmm.
were stealing his clothes, and looked out and did something for them because they did so much for his brand. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And decided to pay, get that back, and have a relationship with them. And a lot of low lives get paid by Ralph Lauren now. You know what I'm saying? Doing all types of events and everything. And the events that, let's say, like for example, Rack Low, when he does the Low Goose on the Deuce event, you know, um, he does that by himself. He's putting that together himself, and yet it's being promoted. It's being shared by, you know, the Ralph Lauren and Polo sites themselves. Right? But the goal was in the low lives, especially us that are 5% in the low lives, right? Was to use this like we use hip hop, another way to get these creations out that are worthwhile to the people. And it's an art collective, just like I'm in the Leftovers NYC. I don't know any. By the way, I don't know any original mathematics that rhymes with Thurston Howe.
Who's Thurston Howe?
Thurston Howe the third is one of the original low lives, right? A
Hmm.
Boricua, Puerto Rican out of Brownsville, and he started to rhyme in his late 20s. You know what I'm saying? Idiosyncratic style, one of the most dynamic, and he's the one that really set it off for low lives in hip hop. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Became the most immediate, most notable. And to us, he's a general. You know what I'm saying? In the low life movement, he's a general. And a lot of people have no idea who's really low life because they only think that they have to find like a low sweater or something. That's not always the case. Not every
Yeah.
low life is wearing polo every day. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
This is the way I express myself in the organization, and I show the reverence, the respect, and the love and loyalty that I've been given by those members. It's not just throwing up 2 L's. They, brothers have shown me real love and loyalty. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
so, when I dress polo head to toe, it's for my own benefit because it looks dope.
Mhm.
But at the same time, though, it's also to show that respect. That I'm a new low life, but I'm in building and making a positive contribution. And that's what the Father wanted. He wanted us to make positive contributions everywhere we go. Nobody's going to say otherwise with what I've done, you know?
Indeed. Do you think you was in low lives before 5%, right?
No, no, no. Mm.
Oh, okay. When
I've
did
been,
the
I've
when
been a
did
low
the
life. I've been an official low life since 2016.
Oh, okay, okay. When did the low lives was doing their thing?
That's since 88.
88. Okay, okay.
Like Ray Kwan
So
said, it's my favorite shit, 88. You know what I mean?
so how do you see when people like yourself are in these groups, right? In these other um I'm not even going to say nations because it's not even nations, but like groups, and then also 5%.
Yeah, I mean the low lives, like that's not there's no doctrine. The brothers and sisters in there have so much detail and insight on what they think love and loyalty is, and it is
Hmm.
profound to me. But there are brothers and sisters of all different type of religions in there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Uh-huh.
there's no like demarcation of like what their religion is. And when they're asked to choose, most of them will say it's hip hop, their religion, you
Yeah.
know? Right.
Because
So
you got some 5% that were like Decepticons,
right.
low lives, other stuff like that. You see, so I just wanted
Yeah,
to see your perspective on
yeah,
it.
yeah. See, that's the thing. A lot of 5%ers were in other gangs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's for them to answer. But
Mhm.
my involvement and my being a low life literally has nothing to do with being in the gang.
Mhm.
It's literally Low Lives is a hip hop organization. It is not a gang.
Yeah.
It is not a gang today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
And you started covering them in 2016 or before?
Oh, I was covered for years, the whole career, my whole career. Mhm.
Okay. Indeed, that's peace. So so you said Thurston Howell. All right. So do you know who's like the originator? The ones that first started?
I
Was
mean,
it like a group of them?
Thurston Howe's literally the person who made up the name Low Life. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So he's a founder. There are founders, like Rack Lowe is a founder. You know what I'm saying? Rudy
Mhm.
Lowe is a founder. There are many founders, right?
That's peace.
Yeah,
And they're still around?
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
They're still alive and stuff.
absolutely. Yeah. Some have passed away, some have passed on, but they're.
Peace, Sunez, can you build on the importance of fashion and music is to the culture, yet needs to be distinguished from 5% culture?
I think 5% culture is learning how to dress, and because being able to present yourself to the people as someone that is appealing, someone that is masterful in the situations, I think is necessary. So fashion is always a way to present yourself in a dignified manner. You know what I mean?
Like you
So,
said, Allah was well dressed.
always impeccably dressed, and that meant something. You gotta remember, he was dressing like that, and he didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? And I think I think like, with me personally, people are being foolish though if they try to act like my reality shifts one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? When people see me, they see in a 5% at first. You know what I'm saying? There's no way.
Indeed.
If you're getting confused with that, you're lying to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're fucking lying. You know, like,
Using
people
that too.
people call me Skillustrator Low more than I call myself that,
Hmm.
because that is that is a depth of the technique that I have. You know,
Mhm.
that is like to me, it's a nickname of the skill of my pen. You know, the style of hip hop. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Everybody knows the Sunnis though. Low lives aren't out there going not knowing that I'm a 5%. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? People that
On your
love hip
book,
hop, yeah, people that love hip hop, they knowing that. You know what I'm saying?
on your books, it says Sunez.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you.
But I think music, you know, fashion and music, and I think they're critical. I think they're critical to life. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the way we've been able to express ourselves as 5% and express ourselves artistically in this way is one of the immediate proofs. You know, it's one of the immediate proofs that we're creators. You know what I'm saying? I know True Divine is not saying my name Sunnis is crazy.
No, y'all have like the low life.
Yeah.
Y'all have, yeah, y'all have a crazy name, but I
Oh,
hear
you
you.
know, it's funny, right? The two organizations I build with the most, Leftovers, NYC, and Low Life, right? These are literally derogatory names that were thrown at the makers of the name, and they used it in the opposite way. So
Mhm.
Thurston was being insulted and he was called a low life, and he was thinking polo, like, yeah, and he was like, I am a low life. And at the
Mhm.
same time, when I'm with Prince Power Rule and we're doing Leftovers NYC, he saw the gentrifiers out in Bushwick looking at us Puerto Ricans and saying they're the leftovers, you
Mhm.
know, and that's why we call ourselves the leftovers. You know what I'm saying? You know, so these are these really are derogatory terms that we're embracing in a different fashion. We're extending that entendre. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Can you build a little further on leftovers?
Yeah, Prince Power Rule is like is the first Puerto Rican with a solo deal. You know, he was signed to Interscope at the same time Tupac was,
Okay.
and he had success though. But as a lot of artists though, he burnt the money, didn't take it seriously, you know, and he came back around 2016 with an incredible album. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I interviewed him, and we really, we kicked it off. We was really became brothers. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And he told me about what happened with that, and he was like, "I'm gonna make a whole crew called the Leftovers NYC, and we're gonna battle gentrification." You know what I'm saying? And I was like, "Yo, I'm with it. What you need, you know?" And I was like, "Well, you got the writing, you got the martial arts, you know, but I'm making this album, and you need to be on it." And so I wrote something to perform on the album, and I performed it. You know what I'm saying? And he
Mhm.
was the first one. He's not the. It wasn't the first record with me on it that was released, but it was the first one that I did with someone. You know, so he was the one that really got me in there. But then other people saw that, other people asked, and that's how I ended up on Aguilar's album with Sadat. Um, brothers like my brothers I work with, like Ways, all of that kind of stuff. But that's how the leftovers started.
M said the 5% doesn't always like to be associated with hip hoppers and low lives, polo guys and gals.
No,
Some.
I know. Yeah, they don't. You know what I'm saying? And some of the people that have said that bullshit to me, um, they're out there looking goofy, looking goofy with every single sports clothing that they could wear, though, from Nike, from all these places, and they're looking at me saying, "Yeah, you like to wear corporate stuff." You know what I'm saying? When they're a billboard for corporation. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. You know what I mean? The shit that people be doing. You know, but you know, I like you to find one corporation that's right and exact, right? Which one? You know? But and again, like not everything is perfect, but this has all been a contradiction that we embrace. I embrace the contradiction, you know what I'm saying? And I can't help it that I was successful in hip hop before I got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So people try to say, "Oh, he's just doing it. He got He's dealing with the knowledge so he could get. I've heard that too, and I'm like, I was in every major magazine before I ever stepped into a law school in Mecca. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when people talk shit like that, they're bugging the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Black Book of Connects in music. I didn't need the 5% to get me into that shit. In fact, the 5% have done very little. And this is not a gripe. This is just what it is. You know, unless it's only a issue with people that think that they've added on with me on that. But the 5% has done very little for me when it comes to my hip hop career. You know what I'm saying? They're the people that buy the least fucking books for me. You know, they don't share the work that I put out there. They don't share all of the hundreds of hours of interviews and hundreds of pages of work that I share for free. So I don't know what the fuck that they have something to say about what the fuck I wear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It really ends up being like that. You know what I'm saying?
So this is like a common occurrence that people
I
talk
think people
about
have
in Poland?
no. I think people can't find the fucking flaw, and that their only way of inspecting is to find negative aspects because they can't do the most important thing that a 5% needs to do, and that's find their own self-styled wisdom of understanding, their
Mhm.
own understanding, though. So it's better to sit back and say, man, this everything has gone down because he did let this guy teach here this whole time. But I was in the school waiting for people to bring people to the school, and they brought nobody, and they taught no one. And when
Mhm.
you go out there and hear people teach right and exact and stuff like that, I'm not out there telling you, yo, you know, I taught that person, right? They hear a rap though, and they go, yo, that brother's building, and I don't tell them, yeah, but I taught him. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's a lot of people that they don't even know that I taught, that I built with. I don't go around claiming people I've taught, you know? But it's a lot of hypocrisy going on because people aren't out there teaching though. They're out there worrying about what I'm doing, you know?
Mm.
People will see me in the low lives and goes, yeah, but Sunez, you're not really street. And all of a sudden, though, they know my entire history of poverty, the entire history of everything I've done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? They know I went to college. They know how many degrees. They know the credits I took. They know everything. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, they
All-
the FBI, G.
yeah. All of a sudden, people know. I've had these arguments. I have to have these arguments about people telling me of what I've done. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Instead of looking at the actual resume that I actually put out of proofs of what I've done. And that's why I'm saying, like, then when the books come out, I hear nobody. They say, yo, God got to build things and make things. I've been making mad things. You know what I'm saying? Mad things. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
People put this shit, they do that. When they do we're holding the money, we're talking to the money. I use my own catalog. You know what I'm saying? When I get this next book, which is about 400 pages, I might not even be able to hold my whole catalog. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So, like, on a real boastful level, like I really don't care about that
Mhm.
because building with these organizations, the leftovers, others though, the people around me have been taught. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
The people that I've been around, they've been taught, they've been building. You know what I'm saying? And I don't give out the things that people have done because I don't like to take credit for that kind of shit. I like
Mm.
people to take credit for the great things that they do themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because
Indeed.
that's how you build a 5%. Like I can say, listen, yeah, he not eating pork because I taught him. You know what I'm saying? I showed him this. I showed son. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I want them to realize that ultimately they made the decision themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
They made the decision themselves. You know?
Those that choose themselves.
Right.
Indeed.
Absolutely. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
They goofy, inf. They goofy, inf. You know what I mean? And it's like they have nothing else to say. You know? And it's funny because the people that have gone most hard on me, that I've really gone to the place where I'm like, listen, next time I see you, if you really just want to fight, just throw something at me because you're trying to contradict everything with no proofs at all. And these are the people that they haven't taught anybody, but they They're wearing the same corporate clothing, just different corporations. They used to rap, but for some reason they don't anymore. So maybe they're mad I didn't write about them. You know, my job isn't to make your career. I'm not a publicist. You know what I'm saying? My job is to write if you did something good.
Damn,
So
Sunez, you didn't piss people off.
if I didn't write about you, it means you didn't do something good. You know what I'm saying? Or I didn't hear about it. You know, it's always peace with me and Inf, right? Because he makes beats and he's great, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always funny that the people that suck are the people that have an issue. The people that's not building are the ones that have all of this criticism and all that kind of stuff. So it's fine with me. It's really fine with me, all that kind of stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because if I wasn't doing anything, nobody would be bothered. They wouldn't be bothered that, yes, you're gonna have to go to the school and most likely learn from a Puerto Rican kid. That's what it is. You know? That means that you're gonna have to explain and not keep it basic, right? You're gonna have to go beyond basic and just say, "Yo, it's black people, and we do it like this." You know, well, you're not black though. You kind of light and and go FBA on me like some of these so-called gods have gone. You're actually gonna have to detail the depth of what Asiatic black man means. You're gonna have to detail who the black, brown, yellow seed that the father was talking to about. You know,
What's
so
FBA?
foundational Black Americans. That
Oh, okay, yeah.
right.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know,
All right, go ahead.
like I said, over time, people adhere to things truthfully, but mostly, if they're still into things, they waver and they dilute it. They dilute it to ease of function. You know what I'm saying? And that includes all of their anecdotal realities. I mean, in other words, their personal experiences are going to alter what they say is their understanding. So it's no longer an understanding. You know what I'm saying? It's no longer understanding. You know, it's not understanding. You know what I'm saying? If you go personally, yo, this Puerto Ricans, they never learn shit. You have an understanding about that? You know what I'm saying? Because Puerto Ricans are 85 too. Based on our lessons, though, they supposed to be 85 as fuck too. What you telling me that they don't learn anything? Yeah, I know they don't learn anything. I'm here with them. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's like us going to Harlem and shit, and like they goes, yo, black people don't learn shit. Fuck you think? What we doing here?
Like that's where you're supposed to be at. Like what the hell?
There's a thing there's a saying in the Tao Te Ching that the good teacher is in charge of the bad student. You know what I'm saying? The good students, you just let them go. You say, do you think? Go ahead. There's so many. It's a joy to tell a good student, you know what you're doing. Go ahead, go out there, go do it. When I was building with Knowledge Me, he was telling me you got to do this, that, and the other. And he was like, I said, I know how to do it. He said, well, go get out of here then. And he actually told me, like, yo, you don't stop hanging around at a lot of schools so much. Go out there and start doing what you do. So I left. I go outside and do what I do. Make things happen,
Yeah.
And it's an affront because to say that I'm the low life that represents as a 5%er, there's so many 5%ers that are low lives. People just don't know. You know what I mean? And if you want to know why an organization that was a fashion gang became an actual hip hop organization with so many skilled artisans of all type of levels, is because there were many 5% in there, not me, that were building and telling them, listen, we could do something else with this, And then there was people like Thurston's of that realized that truth is real, and they themselves pulled themselves up, like we can actually deal with people that are civilized and righteous though, and they didn't come across us like that, right? We add on.
Just imagine if Allah was like, these damn kids is hard to teach.
I know he could have been, right? Shit, they were. They were pain in the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all don't listen. Yeah, so there's stories where some of the older guys is talking about how Allah would get in their ass and stuff, and because they would do whatever, and
Yeah,
like, yeah,
you
what
have,
if Allah said, fuck this?
yeah.
Then none of us will have it,
He really could have. You know what I'm saying? He really
or he
could have.
took the money or whatever they
I'll tell you
offered.
something, God. I don't know. You know, the fortitude that he had. It's also, we talk about, people ask me, well, what inspires me in the funk. The Father's reality is very inspiring. You know,
Hmm.
it's very inspiring because I've never had to deal with the issues with such gravity as he had to. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He, you know, when I think about the difficulties I've had at the law school, it pales in comparison to anything that he dealt with. You know?
Telling the world that you Allah.
Yeah. If you're saying that, like, I'm honored by that. Like when I write about music, though, it's inherent that it doesn't make sense that people would like every single artist or every single song that I would like or that I think is of high merit. So, as a music journalist, when you write, you're really trying to show people the depth of the music and make it a music appreciation. So that way, even if they don't like the music, they say, listen, I like that. I want music with aspects of that, but it also has this aspect. And you turn the listener into a more discretionary listener.
Hmm.
So even though he don't like what you like, he realizes that the stuff that you describe is stuff that he does like, but there's other stuff that he doesn't like in the song. And now you've made that listener who read your work decide that there are facets and so many components of a song to dissect that too many of one could make you not like the song, too many of another make you love the song and overcome other aspects. And
Mm.
that makes a person a better listener. A better music listener is a better listener in real life on other things. You know what I'm saying?
True indeed.
A better listener of rap lyrics is a better discerner of what is being heard outside. These things have ways. Just like a person who does well in athletics has a discipline that they can transmute into their daily life, you know? And I think that when we deal with the arts and when we deal with the music, I think that's one of the most beautiful things that we could do with it, you know. But
For those of y'all just listening, Inf Inf he said you need to bring some intelligence to build with Sunez, knowledge first and foremost, and other in order to speak on the subjects you may disagree with him on. So he's building on that. Those other 5% low lives aren't as popular as Sunez. Many don't have a platform. Yeah, man, Sunez is famous.
see, but the thing is, right? Every platform that I have, I built it myself. You know what I
See?
mean? No one's ever promoted it. No one's ever made a IG page for me. I've never had the money to pay anyone to promote me. You know what I'm saying? I built all this up by myself. And people that know when they come to the school, they're not hearing me talk about these books. They're not
Mhm.
hearing me talk about the things that I sell or anything like that. You know? And that's the problem. That's a big problem. You know?
Do
So
you
yeah,
do you
that's
think there's
more.
some cross promoting with a law school in Mecca, the channel?
Um, no, no. I think everything. Honestly, not because he's here, but I think everything Information has done has been incredible. You know. In fact, I think people need to promote the YouTube channel more. You know what
Well,
I'm
let's
saying?
talk about your because like he posts a lot of your stuff, your
A lot
videos.
of people have come to learn with me because of it and what he's put
Yeah,
on there at the page. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Absolutely, absolutely.
indeed.
There's no doubt about that. You know what I'm saying? And there's many people I meet that they never was gonna go to the school, but they do certain things right because they heard me say it on that channel. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so it puts them on. It gives people that wouldn't have gone to learn something anyway, something to
Yeah.
learn. You know what I'm saying? And so
Mhm.
that's what teaching is, because you can't decide, you know, what would be the best, the best way to teach. We try to put the most focus on the best students, the most engaged students, but it doesn't always happen. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't always
Mhm.
happen.
So I know you said you you just released the student, right? But so what if there's a student that's not putting in the effort, right? But they want to learn, and or I guess the easier question would be, when do you decide, or when does somebody decide? They may not be as busy as you, so when does someone decide to just leave that student alone? Waste no time searching for that which does not exist.
Um, you know, I don't. Most of the students I teach, I'm not living near,
Mhm.
so when I leave, I leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they're not there. And so they have to learn how to be on their own immediately. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? And if you want something, you're gonna have to work for it, though, right? You can't say you want the most gorgeous, sexy looking woman and you look terrible. You gotta
Yeah.
get your game up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta fix your shit up. You gotta get your clothes right. You gotta get all that shit right. You're gonna have to start doing some lifting some weights and doing, getting your game on physically, if these are the things you want. So if you want to be smart enough and you want to be able to have the depth of understanding that is unique in this knowledge, got to put that work in. So things don't always match up. And you have to let the student match it up for themselves. You know what I mean? That's part
Indeed.
of the assignments. I can't do the assignments, though. You gotta do the assignments. It's not my job to do the assignment. You gotta do it. You know? I can't write it there. You know what I'm saying? Now, what the students don't always get though is that when they do these assignments though, they have no idea like um how much I can help them when they do the assignment. Like I said, I'm a writer. I've, if I told you I read 52 books though for the last, what is it, 15 years?
Mhm.
That's 50 times 15. It's a lot of fucking books. You know what I
Some of
mean?
them are repeating, but yep, mostly.
Yeah. I like nice dark wise Prince. Thank you. Thank you.
And you can't.
But yeah. All right. Well, plus minus. You know what I'm saying? We give it a plus minus though. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, some of these books got to be read again. They're hard as hell. But
Yeah. So let's
the
just say 45 times 15.
oh, that's terrible. That is terrible, man. That is just wrong. You know what I'm saying? That
All
is
right,
just
we're going to average. Okay, all right, average. We're going to say
you're doing
49.
like like my real shooting percentage of shit here, right? Like, oh my goodness. Man.
Oh, I mean, you did say you hit 1 year. You hit like what 112? You said
106, I think. Yeah, I
106.
think it was
106.
106.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean that raises the average up.
It's terrible, man. It's terrible.
So
But
peace, peace, peace. There's definitely is a kind of collaboration between Sunez and I. 106 1 year
yeah.
backup. Yeah, yeah. So
No, but it wasn't as that. It's not as crazy as you think. The more you read, it's like it's a skill. So the more you read, the faster you get.
mhm,
I don't even try to learn to speed read. And the reason I don't learn to speed read, by the way, is because I love to look at the word,
mhm.
And I'm also always reading to learn how to write. So that's why I don't speed read. But that year I read 106. I literally was at a desk job, not doing any work. So you know, I had all these digital books and I was just reading them. So yeah, it was great.
So of course, Bujan, he's catching up. So he's starting from when he started, and he's catching up. So he'll put some stuff in the chat from hours ago. Yeah, and
Yeah.
he listens at a.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah, man. But yeah, I'm already past my bedtime, so y'all let me know. Any questions? Let me know, please. You know what I'm
So
saying?
I got one more about the book, right? So I know you're not a fan of audio books. However, do you ever want to do an audiobook for your books in your voice?
The art and art book, I would love to. The Peace Course
Hmm.
book too. Um, I just haven't had time to record that. That would take a long time to record. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like, I'll give you a thing. Look, me
it
and the
can be
guy.
gradually though. It can be gradual.
Very true. Very true. You
Hmm.
know, and mind you, some of the students might be thinking about the assignments I have, and there's also old things I have written that I'm trying to, type them down too that are digital. So it's like it's a lot of stuff, you know. Yeah, I know 793rd is just trying to get me riled up though, because I know he didn't say Sean Carter was a favorite of mine. Right? Let me tell you something. I'm gonna give you some exclusive shit here, right? The Since me and Kamal started doing this album seriously in December, like,
Yeah, we didn't
and
even get into that yet. Go ahead.
yeah, we didn't get into that, yeah, and I thought I would just do like poetry or something like that, but he was challenging me so much and giving me different types of music that I just did what felt comfortable. He's really a great MC, and he keeps the pocket so beautifully. I didn't want to compete with that, so I felt it would be better to contrast that. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I do think Elijah had to reread those.
Yeah, he would have
Um,
to have
but remember,
amazing.
technically, Elijah said he had a. They said that Elijah had a third grade school education, so I don't know how far he got in all his books. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he read all them books himself. You know, I think he was taught really really well though. That's what I think. You know, I think he
Uh,
was taught about those books well. You know what I'm saying? You know,
on my True
it be an
Divine.
honor, God, true divine, it be an honor. But we was doing the album, and since December of last year, I had to finish the book, which is let's just say out of the 460 pages, I probably wrote 200 of them in December. You know
Mm,
what I'm saying? And I also wrote the liner notes for an upcoming Napoleon the Legend album. I also did 2 songs with these other brothers, Lex and Kesper. They're really dope. They're coming out with an album, their second album together. Um, and I also did something with Skanks though. With Some of the Gods is on too, man. You know,
hmm
along with the album. So it was a lot of creative work that I did in January into February now. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
And just the album really challenged me a lot, and it was such a great experience. And I'm reminiscing about it now because it's kind of over for me. Because um, before I got on with you, I did the last verse of the last song I needed to be on. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
And
hmm
so like it's crazy. The God has been doing everything, executive producing it, picking the beats. Yeah, he didn't throw me a beat I didn't like. And just putting everything together though, organizing it, arranging them. It was a real it was a real hands-on thing, and it gives me a totally different perspective about making music though. It was really wonderful. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I had to say. But to give the exclusive, you got throwing the dart about Jay-Z. There was a song that we did, and Kamal was rhyming about something. I won't say what he was rhyming about, but it wasn't about what I rhymed about. But for some reason, right, I decided that it fit the song, and it does, by the way, that I would write an entire, a very long verse, very long, about a certain MC that we were just talking about, that we just mentioned there, a billionaire MC, and about all his transgressions and how we passes for those with talent. You know what I'm saying? And excuse things that are egregious. So it might be an ether too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would love to get some creative work in with you guys. Um, yeah, I love your beats. You know what I'm saying? Beats is crazy. You know what I'm I'm saying?
So, any thoughts or credence
Credence given to
given?
the other Rudy Lowe, who's in the interior side for about a decade or so in terms of founding or leading the Low lives. The cat went to be. There's two Rudy Lowe's, and they argue with each other about who is the original Rudy Lowe. Saying, I wasn't there. I argue about that. I know this though. I know that the Puerto Rican Rudy Lowe, Rakim Supreme Shabazz, I know he's a 5%er. I know that he's the one that gave me my L's, right? My L's, when I gave my L's, I had to go to Logus and the Deuce and show him prove my whole outfit. And I was with Sadat X when that happened. You know what I'm saying? And I was with the great Sun Low. I was showing him my outfits and I got my L's. But as far as that the question, can you put that question back? I can't remember.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. As far as Rudy Lowe, I don't, from what I know, there isn't just one person that founded it, because Low Lives are a combination of two different ciphers, you know, St. John's and MGV, you know what I mean? Marcus Garvey Village, you know? So it's a combination of two places. So there's a lot of founders. There's a lot of people that were the originals and their crews. And then there's the idea of the unity, you know, and then the people that bring it together, the people that merge it, you know, just like hip hop's origins. It didn't happen in one day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of the same with the Low Lives. You know,
it isn't 5%.
Yeah, so it isn't this one thing where like this guy came and did it, you know. So I think both Rudy Lowe's had a very big, you know, say in founding the Low Lives. But I don't think that what Rudy Lowe did knocks out what the God did. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think they complement each other. You know what I'm saying? I think we do.
So, do we have any last questions? I know Sunez just said it's past his bedtime.
Oh yeah, I'll be awake in 7 hours. I'll sleep 7 hours. I won't go anymore. So I sleep 7 hours, and then if I get tired, I'll take a break and maybe a rest or a nap. You know, but I only go 7. You know? Got to wake up and build. You know, we got things to do. You know,
that's peace.
Once that sun comes in, though, I get hyped to do shit. So, you know, we got to build. You know.
So this y'all last opportunity to ask the God question.
Yo, I appreciate you having me on this long, just talking my shit. You know what I mean?
No,
It's an honor.
You coming on, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Yes, peace.
You know, yeah, man.
God, you've been doing it though. You know, you've been building, you've been adding on, you've been teaching people. You know what I'm saying? So it's powerful. You know what I'm saying? These forms we need. This was the whole thing when I mentioned the Mecca mission thing. It's not because of that issue. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want that to happen again. I don't want someone saying, "Well, I'm doing the podcast thing and this and that." You know, people need to take a big note from Infmega, because he didn't go on and say this guy ain't shit. He's the one that's doing the videos. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's eating, everybody's building, everybody's serving the people. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
And, it only makes what the good is doing better.
And he and if just right quick and if doesn't have a problem like posting stuff from another channel to give it more exposure. So shout out to the God, you know.
Right.
And he ain't got no problem, because he did that.
So many gods building. You, Wise Prince, you know, Rakim with the Wise the Dome. You know what I'm saying? I love that show. Yeah, it's great stuff. You know what I'm saying?
5% connection when they were
5% connection. That's right. You know what I'm saying? I know the God Powerborn does some digital classes too. You know what I'm saying? Zoom. That God's building. You know that this. You know, like it wasn't supposed to be just me at the school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be everybody. You know what I'm saying? I want what I've done. I would love for what I've done to be the norm. You know, to be how we do it, how we do what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Right? So peace, Sunez Allah. What's the science?
Peace, Wise. Peace, Sunez Allah. Just want to say thank y'all for everything. That's all. I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
That's peace, God. That's peace, God. You know what I mean? everybody I've ever built with adds on to the way I see the world. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
And a lot of people don't know that when you're a teacher, you hear so many stories about how people have gotten to that school. You realize what a historic place it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What a historic place. And people always talk about pilgrimage, though, but it's really a place of pilgrimage. It's a special place. You know what I'm saying? And it's an honor to hear all these people's special stories. You know, it really is. You know
Yeah.
what I'm
So
saying?
like my first year coming.
We do need another one.
My first year coming to the school was 2021, and I was excited, man. I touched down on Thursday, and I dropped my stuff off at the Airbnb, went straight to the school, and then there you was sitting down, and I think you was Infinite Mind was there. It was right before the
Brother,
soul
yeah.
food. Infinite Mind was there, and I think you was doing your class.
I
I
was, I
think.
was. And
I,
if Mega was recording, yeah.
yeah. I wasn't sure if he was recording. Yeah,
And
yeah.
got a lot of clips of Infinite Mind, yeah. Infinite
Indeed.
Mind,
Yeah.
incredible. Incredible brother. Incredible MC, incredible martial artist. You know what I'm saying? He also validated a lot of our martial arts because we learned together with Seagung Bobby Whitaker, and he went to China and when he came back, he was like, yo, God, the shit we was learning was really the real thing. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So he knew the shit already, you
Was
know?
there any doubt?
Nah, but you like the confirmation.
Yeah.
You don't always need confirmation because we were seeing the culture, we were studying the culture as 5% students studying, but at the
Hmm.
same time, no, we witnessed firsthand the effect of this.
Yeah.
So
I yeah.
if it
Yeah.
wasn't real Chinese kung fu, this shit got something to it. You know what I mean? It got
Yeah.
something to it. Though.
Because I could see that because like I could be learning the 5% culture over here in Morocco and Seattle, right? But then going to Mecca and building with the gods, that's like okay, and you got it right.
Well,
So
you
that's
have a great place there in Seattle because Savior's there, White King is there. So,
mhm.
Mecca is really there too. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
If
yeah, yeah,
those,
yeah, yeah,
there's powerhouse brothers there. So,
yeah.
like y'all got it out there. That's for sure. You know?
You know, yeah, but yeah. So kind of like so is Bobby Whitaker still around?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, all right, yeah, yeah, yeah. So who was right quick? Who was his teacher? Do you know?
He learned from Jason Lau and other teachers as well.
Hmm.
So that lineage takes it back to Itman. You know, and other
Oh,
teachers
okay.
as well.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
you know,
Hmm.
but he's
So
an
Malik,
amazing
you
person.
had anything else to say?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Sunez, what was it like
Go ahead, G.
teaching there and coming from a school of academia before you got there?
No, no. I mean, the only official teaching I did was in the lecture circuit. Lectures that my mentor would put me in. Things I would just teach people. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that much though. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that
No, I mean
much.
coming from like college, so to speak, where most of us got on the street or on the corner, and then you coming from academia background and teaching.
It is different. It is different because I got it while I was in college, not while I was on the street. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So the God Day son, we was going to college together, and he was like, "Yo, there's a school." I think what was there. I was a civilized man when I went to the school. It allowed me to skip a lot of levels of education that other people had to go through. That's all. You
Right.
know, I already
Right.
knew how to do. I didn't need to be told about pork. I didn't need to be told about this. I was already vegan. I didn't need to be told to have a job and things like that. I had one. You know what I'm saying? So I was already living a civilized life. I went there to really unleash my greatness. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that was, I'm gonna find it out, unleash it. And with people like Knowledge Me, like that's he did. You know what I'm saying? He pushed
I
me
have
to
no choice, right?
the first class I ever took with Knowledge Me. He pulled me aside after and said, "Listen, if you continue like this, you will be teaching class here." And man, he was right. I was like, "Are you serious?" You know.
Did you have the confidence when he said it? I mean, how did it make you feel?
When he first told it to me, I just was like, "Yo, I'm just trying to learn this shit." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was it
But
overwhelming your first class teaching?
first class teaching was underwhelming. It took a while
Really?
before people came to learn with me. You know what I'm saying? It took a while. And like I said, it wasn't overwhelming because Savior Knowledge gave me so much insight of what to expect. You know, it's really Savior Knowledge that kept me grounded as far as having the calm and how to attack um, the different type of students at different levels. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that really taught me that. You know, he would pull me aside, and you know the way he talks, he'd be like, "Dig this, guy." You know what I'm saying? What you're gonna get in here, and you got to give him as a man thinking. You know, that's why you gotta get everybody as a man thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the deal, guy.
Yeah, yeah. I love the way he talks, and he would always recruit me to do stuff. You know, and then he had this annoying thing. I couldn't counter. He would have me do stuff that I knew I could do, but I didn't really like doing it, like write certain things and help this way. Yeah, and he would be like, "We gotta, sometimes the things that you'll do great is the things you don't want to do." And I was like, "How can I respond to that?" You know what I'm saying? But he really pulled me aside in the classroom and showed me things that I was not seeing in the classroom. You know, like how to gauge a person's level of intelligence, how to teach two people at varying levels at the same time. You know what I'm saying? These are all things that he taught me. So, you know, um,
That's
I
big.
just and at the end, like you keep it as sincere as possible. You know what I'm saying? And I always teach about preparation and performance. I say there's only two things happening in this world. That's preparation and performance. You're either
What do you
preparing
think?
for a
What do you
performance,
think about that?
you're either preparing for a performance, right?
Okay.
Or you've performed what you have prepared for. Now, oftentimes when it gets really good, they merge. So when I teach class, though, it's a performance. I'm sharing things to you, but I'm also preparing. It's preparing me for the next time. So this is also preparation for the future. The same way when we do the martial arts, though, we're preparing. But when we prepare, that preparation is a performance. I'm not trying to go out there and kill people, but I'm preparing so heavily in case of these situations that preparation is healing my body. It's making me stronger. It's making me more focused. So it's all merged together when it's at its peak. But there's only two things that is happening. You're preparing for a performance, or you're performing something that you have prepared for. So when you teach in the class, I just made sure that I was very, very prepared. You know, very
So,
prepared.
Sunez, teaching it right, keeping it simple, teach it how you got it. Um, and you kind of changing the way that people or the way that it's perceived on how you teach. How do you have your own self-style wisdom, right? Bring your own understanding without altering, what you was given in teaching it.
Mhm. It's what I teach the youth. I always tell them you have to have an ability to preserve the truth, but also not lose what makes you special, that
Mhm.
daring of innovation. You know what I mean? And for me, innovating was bringing this style of the way I speak, a more tempered, a more calculated, a more calm approach. You know what I'm saying? Which has its muscle, but it's in a different way. But also that when I would try these different pedagogical techniques or use other tools more intensely, like books, um, that they would be seeing that they would be seeing the worth of it eventually if they just let me do this. You know what I'm saying? And they did. And they did. You know what I'm saying? You know? Like I said, look, there was one day, firstborn Al Jamel came in, and he was like, you know what? I want to teach a class, and I want to study how you do it because you have a way of doing it. I was like, yo, this shit is working. Firstborn Al Jamel is asking me, so I knew what I was doing was working. You know what I mean? But that's
You
it.
got
Just
any last questions, Malik?
Did you catch a lot of flack when you were teaching early? So
sure, yeah,
so early in the knowledge?
yeah, because it was everybody's opportunity to inspect, and criticize, you know. So some people came and criticized, and they were really useful. You know what I'm saying? Like I mentioned, Dark Kim is one. Um, you know, you would think people that people think have egos, people like Dumar, but people thought he had ego and stuff like that, like he was a jerk. He came in and helped and add on, you know. Infinite Al Jamar, Wise Jamel, all these people came in and did the knowledge in my classroom and helped. Fakim, the guy Fakim, you know what I'm saying? He used
Oh
to be with me
yeah.
all the time, all the time. Azrael was in my class many, many times. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So all these people would add on with builds, and by them adding on with builds too, didn't come off like a dart or anything, but it allowed me to see like, okay, there are different techniques I could take here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and because I kept my classroom different, I kept it like an open forum where I wanted the student to feel free to engage. It allowed elders to come in and also freely engage and add on. You know, so the people that helped far outweigh the people that didn't. You know what I'm saying? Or try to do the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
That makes sense. Give the old king, the gymnast, and the top chef my love and peace. Love you, brother.
Peace to the guy.
Peace, widespread.
Peace,
I'll be in
peace.
touch more.
Appreciate
My
you.
brother, man.
Appreciate you
Peace to
hopping
the
on.
guy. Peace to the guy.
Love y'all. Peace.
Well, let me let him know as we kind of get to the close here. All my books and stuff are on Amazon, okay? But I always sell them cheaper when you get them directly from me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if people want to get them directly from me, that's piece two. I get more of a cut, so it's dope. You know what I'm saying? But I do get a nice profit from Amazon. So the support is
Yeah.
dope any which way. You know what I'm saying?
So, G, on Amazon, do you have it under a different name?
No, it's Sunez skill, aka Skill Illustrated Low for the hip hop books. But for this book, I put for the Peace Corps book, it's just Sunez Allah. So
Okay, yeah.
they have a glitch there, and because it's all united under my stuff, it still doesn't come up together. You know, all of the
Yeah.
books. This
Yeah.
this one, because it's under Sunez Allah, will come out separately in a
Yeah.
search from the other four. But if you're looking for the hip hop books, you're gonna find them all in the bunch.
Yeah. Okay. Indeed. Indeed. So put up your books again. Some of the
Yeah, these
ones.
are. I'm missing the new one, but the Peace Course, right? We have the Peace
A
Course.
little higher. A little
Oh,
higher.
yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah.
We
You
have
gotta
Peace
show it,
Course.
man. Yeah, you gotta show it. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got 18 people in. Show that. Yeah.
that's right. And the photograph were taken by the God Free, one of my students, man. He's an incredible photographer. You know what I mean? Peace to
Indeed.
God.
Indeed.
And I got to take a moment and thank Free because, when I was out of work, though, he was looking for work for me, and these
Yeah.
kind of things are like, these are the things that the students do for me. You know what I'm saying? And it's a
Mhm.
beautiful thing. These are the blessings I've had as a teacher, where your own students look out for your own life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let alone all of the other students that have been ready to pound people out for me. You know what I mean?
Look, that's success right there. That
But
that's the brotherhood.
we talked about this book, Art and Art. This is the creative works that prove my element as a hip hop writer, creative writer, and journalist. Then we have the Reel of 2021. The books that's not shown is the Reel of 2022. So this is a yearly book I do on all the music.
You bring it closer.
So this is hundreds of albums in here. So there's at least and in this particular year, these are all photos from the year. These are all a lot of the people I interviewed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So you
yeah.
got a lot of the legends that people are talking about now that I was talking to for years. Rome Streets, you know what I'm saying? You got Aguilar here, Rashid Chappelle, one of the greats. My brother, you know, Prince Power Rule, Leftovers. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Got Skanks, you know, my man Kane Burns, you know, so it's filled with all this stuff, you know. And this is the first book I wrote, you know what I'm saying? The Filtered Real. This collects essays on hip hop that I wrote from 2010 all the way to 2018.
A little. Hold on. A little. Well,
So
yeah. Hold
these
to the right.
these really
Right over the
show,
camera. Yeah. That's
yeah,
perfect.
these really show all of the works, you know, the depth of the beginning of this era I call the invisible renaissance in hip hop. I
Mm,
call the era the invisible renaissance because there's so much artists that so many don't know. And when I made up that name, I made up that name because I was like, yo, I'm here, the only one covering this shit.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? People are enjoying it, but nobody's covering it. And so I called it, it's going to be an invisible renaissance. It's going to be invisible to so many people. And it has been, you know what I'm saying? But
So you ever thought about like creating a Patreon for your like your PDFs or your articles that's not published?
um, I do, but I've been more happy to make them and put them as pieces into book form. You know what I'm saying? And give
Okay.
people a hard thing. You know, the Patreon is dope. It throws out your stuff right there. You know what I'm saying? But at this point in my life, I want my stuff cataloged and
Hmm.
confirmed. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Gotcha.
and as you know, like these are real documents, and people years from now are going to be like, "What was that music really saying? Well, how deep was it?" You
Indeed.
know,
Indeed.
there's going to
Yeah.
be only one person that had that. You know what I'm saying? You
There we
know?
go.
Yeah.
All
Mhm.
right. So, Bujan, appreciate the clarity, G. As you said, mid to late 80s and not into the 90s, there were definitely all types of cats and all the barrels, plus throughout the tri state, doing the same even before, during, and after. So, I want to say, I appreciate it, G. Thank you for coming on, spending time with us. You know,
Thank
uh,
you.
you
Thank you. That's
definitely
crazy.
you definitely beat Darkim's time with
That's
the
crazy. I was talking longer than Doug Kim. That's crazy.
well, he had us waiting an hour and a half for him to come on. So, hey, look.
Uh,
Yeah, so he was actually on for like 3 hours. So,
that's
indeed, man, I appreciate you, G.
all right. I hope
Appreciate
people
everything
get
you
something out
do.
of this. I'm sure they will. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's right. Yeah, it has started. Yeah. I always tell
Yeah,
people my week starts after I finish Thursday's class. You know, when I finish my class, the new
yeah,
week
yeah,
starts. You know, of
indeed.
building. So now we're into the fun part, the weekend. You know,
Yeah. So, what's some of your next things, right? Quick, what are you working on right
well,
now? What you about to drop?
the album I just told you I finished it, so
Hmm.
it's in King Kamal's hands now. But I'm writing a lyric book that is going to go with the book, all
Hmm.
our lyrics in it, and giving a little history about us, and then also how we made each song and what each song, a lot of the lyrics mean. So I'm writing that now, and there's other books. I have a martial arts book that I'm editing. It was written back when I was 29 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Mm, mm.
But it's ready to see the light of day because I think people will understand it more now. Then I have a book I'm working on. I don't know when it's going to be written. It has a lot written for it, called The Dark Ages. And that's what I call the 2000s in hip hop. So that's my experiences writing during those times, and also a lot of the music that was left in the dark, and critiquing a lot of the bullshit that was heralded. You know, so it's a not a complete history, but a new perspective. You know, so that's a fun book too. That's got a lot of stuff in it too.
Indeed.
So these books are books I'm working on. You know, and of course the reel of 2023. You
Mm.
know, people release albums already. I'm already on it. I have already about 30 albums I'm working on writing in there. That's how
Damn.
many albums I have already. You know, this year. You know, some of them are much better than others though. My man Substance 810, Who's the God? You know what I'm saying? Um, and some others though. There's a
So,
lot of
how
good stuff.
long are your pieces when you write it?
I write them as long as I like the piece. So if I wrote about something longer, it means I liked it more. If I simplify it like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like people like Sky Zoo, you know, people like Cyrus Malachi, Bad Seed, you know, Substance 810, Ito, those guys, Blue Azul, those guys are gonna be written about a lot. You know what I'm saying? The God AP, the Overlord. I write about them a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Do you write about a lot of underground?
This book has the entire underground, God. These real of 2021,
Good stuff.
2022. These books have the whole thing, God. They are filled with the underground. You know, it's the only complete book with everything in it. You know what I'm saying? There's
Well, I
over.
was asking. There's no mainstream.
I'll talk about a mainstream person if it's relevant to the situation. So like Nas, you know what I'm saying? I think Kendrick Lamar is extremely overrated. So he gets talked about because I have to analyze it and put context. You know what I'm saying? But in he's like RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying? He's in the NBA, but yeah.
This guy. Oh, piece of the
They let
guy,
him
man.
take all the mainstream shots. He's gonna score points, right? But he's just RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett.
Oh shit. Well, like I said, G, appreciate the time. You
Absolutely,
know,
God.
appreciate you for
No
real,
doubt,
G.
God.
All right.
It's
So
an
peace to the
absolute honor,
God.
God. Absolute honor, God. Peace to the God.
Peace. All right. So like I said, peace to Sunez. Peace to everyone that came through. Like, subscribe, share. Check out the peace course. Um, the Thursdays, every Thursday. Shit, like what? 7 p.m. Someone put it in the chat if that's not right and exact. So put in the chat if you know the time that Sunez come on. I should have asked Sunez. Damn. But anyways, check out Sunez, check out the books. I'm gonna cop some books myself. So go check his stuff out. Look out for that album he got. All right. So, do the each one, teach one, like, subscribe, share, subscribe to his channel, all that good stuff. Peace to the God. Appreciate him coming on. So 6 p.m. Malik Allah said it's 6 p.m. Eastern time. So that's peace. That's peace. So again, appreciate everybody coming through. Appreciate everyone that stayed on, even if you was on and off. So peace, peace. Appreciate you guys. I'll be back on Wise Wednesday. So next Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You see, so that's 7:30 Eastern. You see what I'm saying? All right. So, peace to the family. So, peace to the gods, peace to the earth, peace to the babies. Man, peace to the babies. Peace to all the civilized people in the universe. And peace to the uncivilized people because the uncivilized needed more. Peace.
I speak for the 5 facilities, dude. I speak for the 5 facilities.